check. We apologize for that brief hiccup with our sound today. I do apologize for that. It should be a little bit better now. But here's your second class of senior showmanship. The 4 participants returning for the senior showmanship grand drive: Reagan Bobrink, Kirsten Cummings, Hayden Deno, Lily Jackson. Those participants will be returning for the grand drive of senior showmanship. There'll be, the judge selected 4 out of the last class, and I assume we'll do a similar situation here. The participants selected out of this class will face off in our senior showmanship grand drive, like I mentioned before. And again, I do apologize for that audio being muted there at the beginning. My name's Grant Covey, and we're excited to be showing sheep here on Tuesday, the 3rd day of the Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase. Yesterday we showed goats. You can find that entire meat and pygmy goat show online on YouTube by searching Hendricks County Fair Livestream on YouTube is where you can find us. And you can watch that whole show over. It's about 5.5 hours long, so not too bad. If you missed any of the action, you'll be able to find it there. Our show order today, we start with showmanship, senior, intermediate, and then the junior division. After that, we'll take a 15-minute break and come back with our U show. After the U show is completed, we will take another 15-minute break before we start our market lamb show. There's a look at the class and participants in this class: Elizabeth Berger, Anista Burnett, Carson Cummings, Kiana Jarrett, Holland Miller, Shelby Miller, Faith Needham, Riley Pettigo, Blaine Tenery, and that's all your participants in this class. And Blaine Tenery was the senior showmanship winner from a year ago. He represented the sheep barn in the Supreme Showmanship competition. As you probably already figured out, he did not win that competition, and that's why he's out here in senior showmanship this year. And once you win Supreme Showmanship, you cannot participate in showmanship if you're still an eligible 4-H'er. All participants are required to wear face masks, and the judge is wearing a face mask as well. All volunteers as well with their face coverings on. All right, and the judges begin to pull out his exhibitors that will return to the final heat. That first one there is Blaine Tenery. Judge can ask a variety of questions if he so chooses about their specific animal. And here comes Elizabeth Berger being pulled out. And the other participant pulled out a little bit earlier that we missed is Shelby Miller. All right, here comes our judge, and we'll get some comments from him about this class.
A really nice second heat here of the senior division of showmanship. We're going to keep 3 out of this heat. For me personally, I think all 3 of these individuals maybe have a little bit better approach in terms of their posture, the way their leg props up in the front side, handles the front ends just a nickel better, and maybe do the fine-tuning things of making sure to get those set sheep and drive it just a notch more. I visited with each and everybody individually what I'd like to see them do differently. Hopefully that's some constructive criticism that can continue down the road and be able to help you guys out. But a really good set of kids out here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all in the ring, and we'll work through your senior champion division.
All right, so those are your 3 participants returning, Blaine Tenery, Shelby Miller, and Elizabeth Berger. They'll be coming back to participate now into our Senior Showmanship Grand Drive. All right, here come your participants for the Senior Showmanship Grand Drive. Out of the first class, Reagan Bobrink, Kirsten Cummings, Hayden Deno, Lily Jackson. Out of the second class, Shelby Miller, Elizabeth Berger, and Blaine Tenery. So there's your final Supreme drive here. 7 participants. And the winner out of this Senior Grand Drive will participate in our Supreme Showmanship competition, which takes place on Saturday at noon. So Saturday at noon, the 25th, will be our Supreme Showmanship competition. And the winner out of this will represent the sheep barn. Our winner of the meat goat show yesterday was Kaylee Tepe. Kaylee will be participating in Supreme Showmanship on Saturday. watching the Senior Showmanship Grand Drive. The winner out of this will participate in Supreme Showmanship. In the ring, right now, we have Reagan Bobrink, Kirsten Cummings, Hayden Deno, and Lily Jackson. Also Elizabeth Berger, Shelby Miller, and Blaine Tenery. Again, Blaine Tenery was the senior winner last year, and in the ring as well is Shelby Miller. She was the intermediate winner from last year, the intermediate showmanship winner. All right, and the judges now pulled out Elizabeth Berger. Pulled out now is Kirsten Cummings. So the 5 left at the top of your screen going right to left is Reagan Bobrink, Lily Jackson, Hayden Deno, Blaine Tenery, and Shelby Miller. That's who the judge is looking at right now. Judges now pulled out Lily Jackson. Our senior showmanship champion sponsor is in memory of Carolyn and Love and the Harold McMurray family. They sponsored the small vinyl banner. Our senior showmanship buckle sponsor is the Bowman Brothers, and our senior showmanship chair is sponsored by Dave and Rhonda Munt. Again, we do not know the order that the judge is pulling them out in. He has just selected a few to be pulled out right now. Coming up next, we have our intermediate showmanship. We'll have 2 heats of intermediate showmanship. The judge has now pulled out Shelby Miller, and now he's taking a look with Blaine Tenery. All right, let's hear from the judge.
Well, I tell you what, county fair level showmanship division, you really don't kind of expect a lot of these in terms of this. And I'd honestly compare this. I judged a show in California a few years ago that had 40 kids in senior showmanship. And I'm telling you, 20 of them could have won. And I think the top end of this drive is that tight. I mean, you get anybody else out here sorting it, and we can definitely put a mix in the bunch. But I think there's some tangibles and some different things that are maybe pet peeves or things that I personally like that allows the young man to go ahead and end up here at the top end of this drive. But there's one thing coming out of the gate that this young man does that nobody else did. And everything, as soon as you cross that imaginary line into the ring, you got to have first impression. And that sheep trotted in the ring, and that's what really separates it for me. And a few other things, he had heads up, going the right amount of speed and driving and letting that sheep roll and use its hind leg and letting me see that sheep move. And I think that's critical. A few of them down the line were maybe just a nickel slow, maybe just let their heads drop or their shoulder drop a little bit. The young man didn't. But what he does so unique and so different, especially for you young kids that are maybe watching along ringside, is he lets that sheep silhouette come together and presents its front end. That sheep is propped up the way it needs to. I like how he sets the leg. He counters the non-show side leg. I like that. And he's able to get a good drive on that sheep. Keeps his lines parallel in that sheep at all times. And, you know, that's a nice sheep in its own right, and that kind of allows him to have the edge here in this drive. Presents the front end right, got his hands close to its ears, doesn't get him creeped down on his neck too much. I think he does an awesome job. Congratulations to that young man for winning a tough division.
All right, there's your winner, Hayden Deno, out of the first class of showmanship.
I think as we work on down the line, definitely could see some people along ringside switching some things up, because I think everybody here in front of me does an awesome job in a particular area. I think the young man is probably the most second complete out here. He comes in with eye contact. He's got a sheep that's a little heavier fronted, but he does a good job of getting that sheep driving. He does a good job of making sure that lines are kept together in that sheep. Just would like to see him drive that sheep up just a little bit more and be able to get his legs set a little square. At times when it gets down to crunch time, she moves a leg on him. He doesn't catch it quite quick enough versus what that young man did. But I think he does an awesome job. Congratulations to him for being second here in this extremely tough division. Young lady here in third, to be honest, you're awfully close. And I think she does an awesome job. The way she presents and her body posture, the way she presents her knee and her leg and props it in front of that sheep is unique within this division. And I think she does awesome that. She keeps that neck right at a 90-degree angle. I'd call that nose and head and carriage, the way you do that, ideal. It's not too high, it's not too low where it takes away from the look. I think she does that extremely good job with that. One thing I told her I'd like to see her do, I like to get into that sheep, pop her up just one time to get her height, the shoulder to change in just a nickel. But I think she does an awesome job. She's really close to being able to win this division. I think just needs to be able to pop him and drive him just a nickel more. young lady that comes down here in 4, I think does a great job. I like a lot of things she does. I like her posture. I like her hands, the way she places on the head. Her leg posture in front of that sheep is extremely good. There's a few times your neck comes forward just a little bit, so gotta watch that a little more. I like to see her drive and just be a little bit more precise on setting legs versus the young individuals in front of her. And I think she does an awesome job. Comes in with a game face on, eye contact, aggressive, great posture, and that one to be able to go ahead and win and compete in this division. Young lady that comes in 5, awfully close, and they're doing some things. If she can get that sheep popped and just stretched out just a nipple more and driving uphill, then she's at the forefront of this drive. For me personally, I think she does a lot of good things. I like her leg posture. Again, I like everybody ahead of her. I like her eye contact and aggressiveness. She gets that sheep stretched out nipple more like you just did, and I'd call that more ideal. I think does a great job. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all these individuals for doing an awesome job.
All right, there it is, your champion senior showman, Hayden Deno. He'll participate on Saturday in our Supreme Showmanship competition. Our honor group consisted of Reagan Bobrink, Lily Jackson, Shelby Miller, and Blaine Tenery. So now we're ready to show our first class of intermediate showmanship, grades 6 through 8. And here they come into the ring now. In this class is Kaylee Austin, Avery Caffrey, Logan Doddenwye, Ira Nyer, Adrian Quackenbush, Taylor Sharp, Morgan Spurlock, and Andrew Williams. And those are in no particular order. But that's your lineup for this first heat of intermediate showmanship. judge will select a few participants out of this class to come back for our intermediate showmanship grand drive after our second class of intermediate showmanship. So the exhibitor that the judge just pulled out was Ira Nyer, and now he pulls out Kaylee Austin. Also, he's pulled out Taylor Sharp. So it appears those are the three participants that will be coming back to participate in our intermediate showmanship drive here after our second class of intermediate showmanship today. And let's hear from our judge today.
Well, another really good set of intermediate showmen. We kept 3 out of this particular heat. I think they've all done a good job of keeping necks in place and getting their legs propped up in the right position. I went ahead and discussed some things I'd like to see those individuals that are going to head them back to the barn, what I'd like to see them do. But I think they've all done an exceptional job. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for all those kids, and we'll work through your second heat of intermediates.
So there they are. Again, Ira Nyer, Kaylee Austin, and Taylor Sharp will be returning. To compete in our intermediate drive here after our second class. We got 7 entries in this next class of intermediate showmanship. I'll set the lineup once they get in the ring. In this class of intermediate showmen, we have Kayla Baker, Caden Hankins, Cole Morgan, Gracie O'Neill, Gavin Sinclair, Riley Smith, and Branson Kennery. Exhibitors selected out of this class will be participating against the 3 exhibitors selected from our first class. The 2 exhibitors currently that have been pulled out and on the bottom right of your screen are Kayla Baker and Branson Tenery.
Going to keep 2 out of this particular heat, and I think 2 individuals that maybe just did the advantages in terms of their posture and the way they get their legs propped up in the front side of their sheet. I think these 2 individuals do that to the best ability, get them stretched out the adequate amount, still come in with the game face approach. Went ahead and told the rest of them maybe what some things I would change and maybe to work on. Best of luck to you guys. Look forward to working through your intermediate division drive.
All right, so the judge only selects 2 out of that class, Branson Tenery and Kayla Baker. And they will be returning to face off in our intermediate showmanship final drive here.
We are now ready for intermediate championship. Beginners, class 1, please make your way towards the makeup arena.
All right, here they come. Our final drive for intermediate showmanship. Branson Tenery, Kaylee Austin, Kayla Baker, Araya Nair, and Taylor Sharp, and those are in order. That's your lineup, again, going right to left. Branson Tenery, Kaylee Austin, Kayla Baker, Araya Nair, and Taylor Sharp. After our intermediate champion selection, we'll get into our beginner showmanship. 2 classes of our beginner showmanship. Our winner of intermediate showmanship last year was Shelby Miller, and if you recall, she was in the honor group selected out of the senior showmanship division. Our winner of our junior showmanship last year is currently in this final drive, and it's Araya Nair. She was our junior champion last year. Our intermediate showmanship champion sponsors. Sponsoring the small vinyl banner is Brad and Kelly Williams. Sponsoring our champion chair is Hendricks County Bank and Trust. Sponsoring our intermediate showmanship belt buckle is Dave and Rhonda Mood, or Renda Mood, excuse me. Dave and Renda Mood, thank you for sponsoring, as well as all of our other sponsors for our showmanship. You're watching this intermediate showmanship drive inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. We also would want to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors for our 2020 Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase: Co-Alliance, Duke Energy, Electric Plus, Endeavor Communications, Fleece Performance, Hendricks County Bank and Trust, Hendricks Power Cooperative, Kevin Hill of City Securities NFP, Plainfield Equipment, Ray's Trash, the town of Danville for their medical support, and Waste Management. Also a special shout out to Hendricks Regional Health for not only their financial support of our exhibit showcase, but also their first aid support, helping us with first aid on the grounds. We thank them for their support. So again, Branson Tenry on your far right side, then it goes Kaylee Austin, Kayla Baker, Araya Nair, and Taylor Sharp. This intermediate showmanship ranging in grades from grade 6 through grade 8. After our showmanship contest, we have 2 classes of junior, and then we'll select a junior champion. After that, we'll take a 15-minute pause before we begin our youth show this afternoon. So there is just 5 in this heat, so all 5 will make honor group.
Well, there's definitely a fan club for this young lady, but I think this top end of this drive is extremely, extremely good. And you know, the young lady's just maybe a little bit more polished than the young lady that comes in second. And as we get these pair of young ladies up to the forefront, no doubt in my mind, their approaches are just so much better, and they work their tail off and still get those sheep looking as good as they possibly can. Both of them as a pair get them rocking and rolling and running uphill and do an awesome job in that regard. The young lady goes ahead and wins, and like I made the comment in the seniors, you got to come in that gate. And you got to give first impressions, and these 2 young ladies did that extremely well. I think what allows the young lady to win is she's just a little smoother and a little smoother in her transitions, and one that kind of gets them set and gets them to go and just kind of stays there. And I like that. I want aggressive. I want that green drive kind of showman, but at the same time, you got to be able to be smooth enough that your sheep doesn't fight you. And she does that extremely well. One thing that I like personally differently that she does versus the young lady that comes in second is the way she puts her hands on the head of that sheep. She's got the guns out, keeps them underneath his ear, doesn't let her hands creep down on its neck, and presents that front end just a nickel better versus the young lady that comes in second. And I think she does an awesome job. Congratulations to her for being your champion. I was told not to fist bump, so just to forewarn you guys, but the young lady that comes here in second, she is about 2 coachable things away from winning this, and I think she is so close to being extremely, extremely good at the upper level and the next level. Just a few things that she does that's a little bit differently, maybe team chemistry versus the young ladies versus hers is just a little bit more off, and that allows the young lady to win to be a little bit smoother in transitions, and I think that's what gets her awfully, awfully close. What I like most about this young lady is I told her to change one thing, and that's keep his nose down a little bit, because when she initially came out, she had that thing in the air. She came out and did that, and I can appreciate that. And coachability, I think, is an extremely important thing in life, and I think that proves that she's coachable. But I love her leg posture. She boxes up her knee, gets her toe out, and gets a good drive on that sheep. There's never a gap between the front end of her lamb and her, and I love that about her. One thing I'd like to see her do is get your hands put together a little bit underneath him. I like to just be a little bit smoother and keep a continuous drive on that sheep so he runs uphill. But she does an awesome, awesome job. Just wish she was maybe just a nickel smoother. Young man in 3 here works his tail off, and he's got a sheep that is not easy to show. That sheep's a little heavier fronted naturally. He tends to roach his top, and he's got to work his butt off to get there. And that's what allows him to end up here and finish in the top 3, is because he's able to do that and work. Now, versus a few young ladies, not quite as smooth, and his sheep maybe doesn't allow him to do that, but what allows him to be there, he makes sure to get that top down. He presents the front end as good as he possibly can, and he listens extremely well. Congratulations to him for being third in extremely tough competition. Young lady that comes here in 4, love the way she presents the front end of that sheep. She keeps that neck at a 90-degree angle. The nose is at an appropriate level. Her legs propped up in front of that sheep. We just got to watch those back legs. She tends to get them a little too wide, what I call dairy gate too wide, and just maybe needs to keep them inside of its skeleton, be able to present that sheep just a little better. Big pet peeve of mine, unfortunately, but I think she does a nice job. The young lady that comes here in 5, I think does an awesome job. Her approach, her front end posture, her eye contact, her aggressiveness in that regard is extremely good. Just want to see that sheep launch and run uphill. Maybe just needs to pop him up and set him back down just to get her to roll and go the right direction. But I like her posture. I like her aggressiveness. Just needs to make that sheep run uphill a nickel more. Really good set of intermediates. Again, congratulations to all you guys, and look forward to your junior division.
All right, again, champion intermediate showman, Orion I, are sponsored by Brad and Kelly Williams, Hendricks County Bank and Trust, and Dave and Renda Mood. Congratulations to Orion Nyer. Your honor group was Kaylee Austin, Taylor Sharp, Kayla Baker, Orion Nyer, and Branson Tenery. And now we're ready to get started with our junior showmanship. Our first class coming in the ring now. 7 participants in this class, or 8 participants, excuse me. Trent Austin, Callahan Barnard, Emily Miller, Siani Mitchell, Cole Smith, Haley Spurlock, and Wyatt Tenery. I believe we have one add-on to make it 8 in this class. It's not sure on who that participant is.
We're going to take a 15-minute break before we go ahead and start the intermission.
The add-on for this class was Christine Arnott. Again, we're showing our first class of junior showmanship inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. The three the judge has selected currently are Trent Austin, Colleen Barnhart, and Emily Miller. All right, and let's hear from our judge on this class.
A really good first heat, went ahead and took a little extra time, and I think these young kids absolutely deserve that extra time within this division. I think if we're going to go ahead and keep 3 out of this heat, kudos to this young lady, because she listened, and I appreciate that a lot. Completely changed her approach since we had our conversation, and that was extremely good. Really impressed on how far she came. All these individuals did a great job. Just maybe need to keep your body positioned more in front of that sheet, keeping their head in line and their neck back. That's the biggest thing that they need to do to be able to move up on the other side of this ring. But I think they've all done a great job. Let's put our hands together for those kids as they head back.
All right, again, the 3 coming out of this class are Trent Austin, Colleen Barnhart, and Emily Miller. We'll see those 3 again after this second class of junior showmanship. Seven entries in this class. All right, so there's your class. We'll line them up for you. These are in no particular order, and they will not match up with in any order on your screen. But in this class is Lily Beck, Abigail Berger, Cole Cummings, Cody Morgan, Emma O'Neill, and Brylan Tenery. Also Lily Patterson in this class as well. and you're watching the second heat of our junior showmanship competition. Participants selected out of this heat will face off against our 3 participants selected out of our first heat, which was Kaylee Austin, Colleen Barnhart, and Emily Miller. We thank you for joining us. The 2020 Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase.
Kind of a fun heat that we've had here, you know, all levels of experiences, all shapes and sizes to get shown, and I think they've done a great job. I think it also gets close. 3 individuals here. I think their approach is a little bit different in terms of where their legs in front of them. Worked with a couple of them about their leg approach. Young lady with the baby on Southdown. That's just a cool sheet, but we kind of worked on her leg posture, and she comes out and looks like a natural with it. And so I think that's important as we work through showmanship to be able to help improve these kids and help working on their showmanship skills. And I think they've all done a good job. Maybe just need to get in front of your sheet just a nipple more, keep their necks back, and present their front end just a smidge more, and I think you can move on up. But a really good set of kids. Again, look forward to your junior championship division.
So those 3 will be returning for our junior showmanship drive. So out of that second class was Lillybeck, Breland Tannery, and Bristol Tannery. Here they come back in. We'll have 5 participants in this junior showmanship drive. Or excuse me, 6 participants. And there they are right there in front of you. We'll select one winner out of this junior showmanship to be our winner. Our winner of junior showmanship last year was Araya Nair. Consequently, she won intermediate showmanship this year. After this showmanship champion selection, we will be taking a 15-minute break before the start of our U show today. We will not go off the air, however. We'll just keep it right here. And then in 15 minutes, we'll be back for the U show after our champion selection of our junior showman. Our junior showmanship sponsors, the small vinyl banner champion sponsor is State Bank of Liston. Our chair champion sponsor is Hendricks County Bank and Trust, and our junior showmanship belt buckle is sponsored by Dave and Renda Mood. There's your final 4 for this showmanship champion selection. You're watching this junior showmanship champion selection inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. that final three there, you have Bristol Tinnery, Brindley Tinnery, and Colleen Barnhart.
I think a really good set of junior showmen that we've got out here, and as we discussed throughout the duration of showmanship drives, importance of coming in that gate with your game face on and getting your sheep rocking and rolling. She did that from heat one and continuously has done that. I mean, her aggressive eye contact sets her apart, especially in this junior division. But what she does in so many things, there's never a gap in the front end of that sheep. She always keeps a continuous drive on that lamp and gets them rocking and rolling. Every now and then we like to maybe change just where she sets those legs, and I think for a junior though, she's more than acceptable in that regard. I love just the way her posture is, her leg posture, and the way she has her game face on allows her to win this particular drive. Young lady that comes out here in second, we changed some things there in heat and discussed it, and I think she did an awesome job. But one thing I'd like to see her do is keep a continuous drive on her sheep. She's just not as smooth in her transitions as what the young lady does that wins this class. Just like to see her get a harder drive on that sheep, get his top line more collected in it. But I think in terms of the way she presents that front end, she keeps her leg propped up and does all those things extremely, extremely well. Allows her to end up here in the top pair of this and end up here reserve. Young lady that comes here in third, and she honestly did a lot of things since we came in heat. We talked every time I told her to do something. She's done it and changed it. And I think honestly the way you're doing it now, I don't know what mom and dad says, but I like it and I love it, and I think you need to continuously do that. The way she boxes up her knee and getting her toe out, we changed that a little bit on her, and I think she's done an exceptional job. Presents the front end of that sheep really well. That sheep's hard to show, and she's doing that extremely well. Maybe work on getting them to bring their top line in them by getting them driving just a nickel more. I think you can do that. Make sure to show the front end of that sheep when I turn around in front of them. But I think she does a great job. Young lady, in terms of just the basics and the tangibles and posture and being able to get to present that front end of that sheep is extremely, extremely good. Just got to get that ewe-lamb stretched out just a nickel more to get you a better look of her, but I think does a great job of getting her leg in the right spot. A young man that comes out here next with that Southdown, we talked about some things in his heat, and he came out and did those extremely well. I think we just need to make sure continuously no gaps there between the front end of that sheep and his legs, but got to keep his neck back just a nickel more, and I think once you do that, I think you move up on down the line. Like the aggressiveness and eye contact with this young lady, she just maybe needs to get that sheep's neck back at a more continuous pace as where it is right now. And I think if she does that, presents this front end just a nickel better, then she moves up maybe a couple holes within this class. But I think she does an awesome job. Congratulations to all those juniors. Look forward to your show.
All right, so there it is. Your champion, intermediate, or junior showman, excuse me, is Breland Tinnery. Honor group, Bristol Tinnery, Emily Miller, Killeen Barnhart, and Trent Austin. And just to recap, our senior showmanship winner was Hayden Dino, and our intermediate was Araya Nair. So now we will take a 15-minute break. And coming up in 15 minutes, we'll have our U show today. So stick with us. Thanks for watching. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the beginning of our U show. All right, welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. We're getting ready to start our U show this afternoon. We just wrapped up our showmanship competition, and we're getting ready to begin our U show. We thank you for tuning in wherever you might be. And again, we're getting ready for our U show today. And we'll have that momentarily, as it looks like they've already come in the ring, so caught me off guard, but we're ready to go with the U show. Our first class in the ring is class number 1, breeding ewes, Dorset ewe lambs. 5 entries in this class of Dorsets. Our judge today is James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana. James judged and graduated at Joliet Junior College and Western Illinois University. Formerly a livestock judging coach at Fort Scott Community College in Fort Scott, Kansas. And he's the owner of Thompson Livestock and employed with Vita Plus as a livestock nutritionist.
Really nice Dorset ewe class to go ahead and start off the show here, and I think a really good place to go ahead and start. The young man that wins this drive just does it from a balance and build perspective. Just that one's neck sits so much better on the smoother shoulder. She's more elevated up front, more parallel and correct and right in her lines. Maybe if I'm going to be critical on our class winner, could just notch stouter and wider when you get in right behind her. And that's probably where the sheep in second has the advantage. The sheep in second's a little bolder in her upper hip. She has a notch more turn to her lower leg and stifle. And I think a good one in terms of her rib cage and her roll to her foreribs, extremely good. Just not quite as good balance. And attractive from the side is what that class winner was. She gets a little longer bladed, a little deeper chested, just not quite as cool and up and out as what the winner is. Generally, that comes here in 3, maybe the biggest hip one of the drive, one that's stouter would get in right behind her. That one's by far the deepest and plainest up front for me personally. I'd like to see that one just go and have a nickel better set to her hind hip and hind leg versus the 2 ahead of her. But I think an awfully stout, powerful one that has some advantages there. Young lady that comes here in 4. I like a lot of things about this ewe lamb. Good roll to her rib cage. She's elevated in her chest. Good from that perspective. Her top line needs to be set and her just a nickel easier. She gets a little easy there on the backside of her blade. She rolls out of her hip. I sure like to make her bigger pinned when you get in right behind her. Really cool, lean, shapely one to end up here in the discussion. That's the frail feature, narrow gauge one. That just needs more body and rib and flank to her to go ahead and move on up. I think a really nice set of Dorsets. Congratulations to each and every one of those exhibitors.
All right, so first place in that class goes to Carson Cummings. Second place to Kristen Cummings. Third place to Kristen Cummings. Fourth place to Kiana Jarrett. And fifth place to Burnett Anastasia Burnett, excuse me.
All right, for your Dorset UAM, first place goes to Carson Cummings, second place to Kirsten Cummings, third place to Kirsten Cummings, fourth place to Tiana Garrett, and fifth place to Anastasia Burnett. For born and raised in that class, Kirsten Cummings will be first, and Anastasia Burnett will be second.
All right, so now we'll show our Dorset Advantage U. First place in the Hendricks County born and raised was Kirsten Cummings. Second place was Anastasia Burnett. All right, and now we're ready to show our Dorset Advantage U. One entry in this class, Kirsten Cummings. This U was also a Hendricks County born and raised. We'll take the class winner out of the last class and this lamb right here to show for champion Dorset.
A single entry here in the Dorset Advantage drive. I think one that's extremely nice. Good set and angle to her hock. Her running gear is extremely good. You know, for a white one, that one's shape and tone and muscle shape that she brings forth is extremely good. I like to drop that one in her flank and give her more swoop to her underline. But I think an awfully nice Dorset Advantage single entry. Congratulations to her.
Kirsten Cummings with your first place and only entry, Dorset Advantage U. We'll now show for champion Dorset U.
Hampshire yearlings are now entering the arena. Hampshire yearlings, we did in the makeup arena.
All right. Instead of showing for champion here, we're going to roll on and show our Hampshire ewe lambs. 5 entries in this class of Hampshire. And there's your class lineup right there. Hayden Deno, Shelby Miller, Carson Cummings, Faith Needham, and Araya Nyer in this class. Those are in no particular order. Our show today is a no-fit show. That's how the shows will go all week. So no adhesive, paints, anything can be put on these animals. And there's your final two in this class. Consequently, your champion senior showman is Hayden Denno on the right, and your champion intermediate showman is Araya Nair on the left.
I think a really good class here, and I really like this top pair quite a bit. The young lady comes out here with one that offers a great deal of feature and substance, and that's probably the biggest legged, stoutest featured, widest one underneath when you study her at a foundation, and I think she's extremely good in that regard. But what really separates this one for me is that one's front end and the way she's put together versus young man's that comes in second. That one's taller shoulder, that one's more angular in terms of the way she's put together through her front end, wedges the right way extremely well. Got a nice shape to her rack and spread to her pin set. She's maybe a little rawer in her bloom and her fleshiness than versus the young man's that comes in second. That one gets a little peaked there on the top side of the tip, gets a little shelfy there in its loin edge, but I think an awfully good one, runs uphill in the right direction. I think a nice one to end up there. Young man brings a nice one that comes here in two, and I like a couple things, maybe a nickel better than the class winner in this one. Its transitions, that sheep's transitions in its top line so well and hooks up right there in its hip loin junction. I really like her in that regard. And she may have just a touch more reach and go out of her hind leg as that class winner does. But for me personally, that one runs down a little bit downhill a little bit for me. Just not as up and out there as our class winner. And at the same token comes in a little fairly made package. But I think an awfully nice one there. Young lady's sheep that comes here in three. Front 1/3 of this sheep I like quite a bit. Smoothness of shoulder, angulation, and just neck set, and the way it's put together through its front end is extremely good. Really up on its toes, good pasturing kind of a sheep that handles with some freshness and tone. Get in behind this sheep, and she's the flattest and narrowest one of the initial three. Just needs more bulk and just roll to her rib cage, clear to her pins. Sure like to drop that one in her flank to make her balance better from the side. But an awfully good fronted one, end up a respectable third. Young man that comes here in four, I think really like the feature and just added substance this one's got some foundation with for sure. Got some roll to its rib cage, just needs to be relaxed in its spine and run uphill for me personally, but I think an awfully nice one end up there in four. Really big hip one, ends up here in fifth, big pin, stout-ended kind of a sheep that offers some spread and dimension. That one's skeleton needs to be redesigned for me and just balance and have more show sheep kind of a look. But I think an awfully good set of Hampshire ewes. Good job to all those kids for a job well done.
All right. That's your first class of Hampshire ewes. First place, Orion Nyer. Second place, Hayden Dino. Third place, Shelby Miller. Fourth place, Carson Cummings. And fifth place, Faith Needham. Orion Nyer did have the Hendricks County born and raised first place, and Hayden Dino had the Hendricks County born and raised second place. Here is Hannah Needham with her single entry, Hampshire yearling. And we're here for our judge, James Thompson.
Single entry here in the Hampshire U division. One that I think has a nice spread and shape to her back. Big flat loin weight in this one, maybe versus some that we've seen so far in this drive. Sure like to see that one just a little bigger featured for a breed character, maybe a little bit more elevate there in her chest. But big back, stout-ended kind of the yearling, did end up winning this yearling drive. All
right, so we'll bring in the first and second place out of that first class of Hampshires and show for champion Hampshire.
Drive, and I think there's two that are extremely high quality that match extremely well, or ones that win the U-Land class. Those are going to be your champion reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
All right, so champion Orion Nyer, reserve champion Hayden Dino out of that first class. Your Hampshire champion, champion sponsor, sponsored by Woolly Acres in memory of Ralph Smith. And we're now ready to show for our Horn Dorset ewes. Two entries in this class. Or scratch that, it looks like there'll just be one entry in this class.
Really nice single entry here in the Horn division. I think that one reads with a great deal of quality. And, you know, the Horn breed is one that I like quite a bit, to be honest, and I think they're a lot of fun. But that one's in terms of her angle to her hawk, her ability to get out and go and just kind of play and drive is extremely good. And I think been the biggest challenge there in the Horn breed. But I think at the same token, you get a 3/4 of this one. She's broad in her pins and her upper hip. Her face width is extremely good. Love the roll to her cage. Maybe like to see that one's top line. Just come into her just a nickel better. But I think an awfully good horn to represent that breed. Congratulations to her.
First place Horn Dorset yearling, Holland Miller.
Champion Horn Dorset belongs to Holland Miller.
She will also be your champion.
We're now showing Oxford ewe lambs.
We'll now show our Oxford ewe lambs, a single entry. A single entry Oxford ewe here, exhibited by Molly Williams.
Just one Shropshire ewe lamb, but I think an awfully nice one. Extension up front, her smoothness of shoulder is extremely good. Really long pattern kind of a ewe. Maybe it needs to be a little bolder and bulkier when you get in right behind her versus some that we've seen so far. But I think an awfully nice single entry here. Good job to her.
Champion Oxford U, Molly Williams, sponsored by the Bowman family. Now we're ready to show our Shropshire yearling ewes. Another single entry, Logan Duttonwy. Molly Williams also had your champion born and raised for the Oxford ewes. And a single entry, so your champion Shropshire yearling ewe will be Logan Duttonwy, is also Hendricks County born and raised.
Get my breeds right here. This is the Shropshire to go ahead and win a single entry here. Big, high-performing, large outline, kind of extended view. Maybe like to see her bolder in her flank and more elevated in her chest, but I still think that one has some value in terms of her extension, her bigness of kind. Congratulations to that young man for showing the champion Shropshire.
First place in champion Shropshire yearling ewe, Logan Duttonwy, sponsored by Alan Cassie Skitberg. We thank them for their support. And we're now ready for our Southdown ewe show. 6 entries in this class. Once we get them up to the arena, we'll bring them in. Helping us pass out awards today, we have our Queen's Court. Our Queen is Kyla Madison Smith. Kyla is a graduate from Plainfield High School, where she achieved academic honors and participated in FCA, Spanish Club, varsity basketball, and volleyball. While at Plainfield, she was recognized for athletic leadership. Kyla is a 10-year 4-H member, showing swine for 10 years and beef for 2 years. Showing steers has since become her favorite project. She will be attending Earlham College, where she will play women's basketball and pursue a degree in neuroscience with a minor in Spanish. Kyla is excited to begin her college career this fall at Earlham. All right, we're now bringing in our first class of Southdown ewes. Six entries in this class. In our order of show today, we had showmanship this morning. You can go rewind the live stream and watch our showmanship competition. Now we're on our ewe show. After our ewe show, we'll have a 15-minute break before we begin our market lamb show. Your final two in this class, Brindley Tenery and Chase Searcy. First place goes to Brindley Tenery, and let's hear from our judge.
A really nice class of Southdowns here. A lot of give and take as we work on down the line, but what lands on these two for me is just sheer structure and build and what they got available in terms of their running gears. And these are the two sound structured ones that offer the most in terms of angle up front, angle to their honk and their hind leg. And simply put, these two are the ones you just grab another gear and go. And after that, for me personally, the better balanced one that maintains their top line better, the better the transitions, is the young lady that wins this class. Really like just how strong top line she is. She's still a broad hip kind of view. It's maybe a little bit more out there and square in terms of her pin set. One that I think is awfully nice to go ahead and win. Not gonna lie, this one moving, I absolutely love because she does so many different things. Like I said, her running gear is good. She maintains her top line on the move. Just have to stand still in the stick there. She gets easy in her spine and just doesn't want to collect and just give you that kind of show sheep look. And potentially versus that class winner, she's longer bladed and deeper chested. Just needs to be better mainly about her top line. Love a lot of pieces about this one in third. I mean, that one is incredible back shape. Incredible in terms of the turn and handle quality, her stoutness of pins, her lower leg in dimension, her fuzziness of bone. Just got one big hole that I can't get it past. And she's too straight and restricted. She gets short strided. She just needs to get out and go and relax for me in terms of her hind leg to move up any higher. Boy, that one's awfully cool muscle, offers a lot of cool pieces. Just protect her hind leg for next generation. A good solid one to come out here next in terms of just having some body shape and some stoutness. Maybe not quite as stout as that one ahead of her. Maybe not as just shapely and crisp about her edges. And at the same token, she's another one that struggles in terms of her mobility behind versus that one. She's just maybe a little bit better in terms of her extension and look versus the one that comes out here next. Big body, practical one, maybe a little sounder moving than the one ahead of her. For me personally, she gets too round in her lower shoulder. She gets too deep in her chest, just not as broad and opened up when you get in behind her. Good looking, kind of attractive Southdown here. Just needs a bunch more bulk and just sheer power to go ahead and allow her to move up this drive. Awesome set of Southdowns. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right, first place in that class, Brindley Tenery. Second place, Chase Searcy. Third place, Lauren Fry. Fourth place, Chase Searcy. Fifth place, Hannah Needham. Sixth place, Danielle Needham. We are now showing our Southdown yearling ewe. In our Hendricks County born and raised from that last class, Brindley Tenery had that first place. Hendricks County born and raised. Chase Searcy had second. 3 entries in this Southdown yearling class.
Going to keep them how they came in here within this drive of yearling Southdowns. And Well, I tell you what, I like the one that goes ahead and wins this drive quite well. That's the powerful one. That's the big-footed, stout-featured one that's busted open underneath in terms of her base width. That only facilitates the added width that one's got on their top side of her skeleton. Broad hip, big-backed one that offers a great look from the side and good movement. She wins pretty handily in my mind. 2 and 3 here and next, and the one that comes here in second is really nicely presented, kind of a ewe that has some body shape and some bulk to her. She's quite a bit stouter in terms of her upper hip from behind versus the one that comes in third versus the one that wins. She gets a little weaker in her pasture and a little frailer there in her feature. It's not as cool looking and gives you that show sheep look as what that class winner does. Young lady that winds off the discussion here, big body, kind of a practical ewe that's got some substance and maybe bigger footed and bigger legged than what the one ahead of her is. Just unfortunately, that one's a little peaked there in her upper hip. It's a little flat there in her lower leg and stifle, and just not as cool and shapely as what that one ahead of her is. But I think an awfully nice one to wind off the discussion. Congratulations to all those Southdown yearling exhibitors.
All right, so placings just like you see them there. First place, Brindley Tenery. Second place, Chase Searcy. They were also your first and second place county born and raised. Third place in that class went to Hannah Needham. We'll now show for champion Southdown U. That was the yearling class, and we'll bring out the Southdown first U class to show for champion. So out of the first class, we have Brindley Tenery, and opposite the camera on the far right side, we have Chase Searcy with her second place out of that first class. On the left-hand side, you have your second class of yearlings with Brindley Tenery. Behind him, Chase Searcy.
Been a really nice Southdown show that we've got here, and I think the representation of the breed is extremely good. As we get out here in our champion drive, I do think there's two that come to the forefront pretty easily for me, and there's still one that offers some extra bulk and density and base width, and still one that has some look from the side. And with that said, our champion reserve, our champion is going to be the yearling. The ewe lamb is going to be reserved. Congratulations to them.
All right, so champion is out of that second class, the yearling Brindley Tenery. Reserve champion also Brindley Tenery. She also had the champion Hendricks County born and raised, and the reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised. All right, we're now ready to show our Suffolk ewe lambs. One entry in the Suffolk ewe class. And it's Hayden Deno, our champion senior showman that was selected earlier today. He will have the champion Suffolk ewe and the champion Hendricks County born and raised Suffolk ewe. Our Southdown champion sponsor, sponsoring the small vinyl banner, is Darren Douglas and family. Here's James with our Suffolk.
Here in the Suffolk ewe lamb division, and what I actually like quite a bit, I mean, in terms of the way her neck sets on top of extremely smooth shoulder, her body outline, her elevation up front within the Suffolk breed, I think is extremely good. And you get your hands on her, got bulk and power and some handle quality to her. Still a good moving sheep, one that's really, really nice. Congratulations to him on this champion Suffolk.
So there's champion Suffolk, Hayden Deno, also the Hendricks County born and raised Suffolk. We're now ready to bring in our all other breeds. Here's Bristol Tenery with her single entry all other breeds ewe. Our Suffolk ewe champion sponsor, sponsoring the banner, the State Bank of Liston. Bristol will have our champion AOB ewe and the Hendricks County born and raised champion AOB ewe.
just got one baby doll Southdown, but I think this thing's really cool looking. I mean, big fuzzy legs, really small stature kind of thing. And, you know, to be honest, I think this might be the first baby doll Southdown I've ever judged. That one's incredible in terms of its hind leg and its ability to get out and go. Just wish they were a little longer and taller, but big body kind of view. She wedges the right way. Maybe needs to bring her top line in her a little stronger and a little leveler in her hip, but that one's pretty cool what she brings forth. Congratulations to that young lady.
Again, your champion AOBU, Bristol Tennery.
Your champion baby doll Southdown belongs to Bristol Hendricks. It was also born and raised.
We're now ready to show our commercial ewe lambs, the white face commercial ewe lambs. 4 entries in this first class.
Commercial ewe lamb show. We're going to start with the first class of white face. Class 2 of white face commercial yearling. She's sitting in the makeup arena.
And there's your 4 entries for this class of commercial white face. We have 2 classes of commercial white face, and then we'll select our commercial white face ewe champion. All white face of these crossbred ewe lambs are Hendricks County born and raised. We'll hear from our judge on this class of white-faced crossbreds.
Kind of a self-spoken commercial white-faced cross division here. Young LeVan brings one that I think just kind of smokes and is elite and, you know, is extra special within this drive. I mean, fuzzy, big-legged one that's opened up underneath that still is boxy-made and has a green roll to her cage. Still elevated up front, cool look from the side. Like those you have seen her a little fresher, hiding for me personally, especially as you get there and her hip loin hooked up. That's being awfully critical. Good job to that young man to go ahead and win this drive. Young man that comes here in 2, I think is the second best option in terms of having some extra bulk. Handles with some good shape out of the backside of her shoulder. She has some extension up front. She's smooth in her shoulder as well. Versus that class winner, you get it right behind her. She needs to be bulked and squared up quite a bit out of her hip and her upper side and her lower stifle. She'd like to give her more stoutness and feature at her foundation. Pair of ewe lambs here that right off our discussion, I think are very similar in terms of their type and height. Both need more bulk and muscle. The better looking one for me ends up here in 3rd. She's smoother shouldered, she's more elevated up front, she's stronger top line. That's what gets her here in 3. Big body one here in 4 that offers some practicality. Just needs to be level and looser spine, but sure like to see that one have a nickel more show ring look. But a really nice set of speckles, extremely good class winner. Congratulations to all them.
First place in that crossbred commercial ewe lamb white face, Blaine Tennery. 2nd place, Caden Hankins. 3rd place, Avery Caffrey. 4th place, Riley Pettigo. We're now ready to show our commercial yearling ewe white face. 4 entries in this class. And there's your 4 entries in this class. Blaine Tenery in that last class had your first place, Hendricks County born and raised, and Caden Hankins had your second place, Hendricks County born and raised. In this show today, a no-fit show. That's how the shows will be all week. Our champion AOB sponsor from a few classes ago was Nancy Joseph. We thank her for her sponsorship. First place will be Kaylee Austin, second place Trent Austin. Let's hear from the judge.
Well, I think it kind of splits into two pairs for me, and kind of a pair here at the top of Southdown influenced ones versus some maybe Montadale influenced ones. I think ones that here at the top in this pair is a little stouter in terms of their feature and their base width and the rib and body and roll to their cage, and offers some muscularity and shape. And of that pair, the one that's a little taller shouldered and more attractive up front is the one that goes ahead and wins. And she runs uphill the right direction, really long and extended neck, good shape to her top. Maybe I like to see that one dropping her flank just a little bit to be taking on her, but I think an awfully nice place to go ahead and start here. The one in seconds, maybe a little bolder there, and a sweep to her belly. Just maybe for me, she gets a little lower fronted, a little rounder out of her shoulder, not quite as elevated up front as what that class winner is. But a big, stout, bulky one that has a great belly line in her to go ahead and end up here second. Pair of the Montadale influenced ones to end up next, and I think they both have some practicality to them and have a commercial kind of a chic look. The one that goes ahead and ends up third just has more bulk and density to her when you get your hands on her. Bigger rib, bigger full-ribbed one for sure. Young lady that comes out and winds off the drive, maybe a little leaner and just more extended up front than what that third place one is. That one just needs more bulk and just sheer power and width when you get in right behind it. But a really nice set all the way through. Good job to all those kids.
All right, so first place in that class, Kaylee Austin. Second place, Trent Austin. Third place, Avery Caffrey. And fourth place, Riley Pettigo. Avery Caffrey had your first place, Hendricks County born and raised. Riley Pettigo had your second place, Hendricks County born and raised. And we're now ready to show for our champion, Commercial U Whiteface. So out of the first class, you have Blaine Tenery and Caden Hankins. And following behind them, you have out of the second class, Kaylee Austin and Trent Austin. Our Commercial Whiteface U sponsor is the Gordon and Eckert family. We thank them for their sponsorship. And you're watching this Commercial U Whiteface champion selection inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. We thank them for their support, and you can watch the Dairy, Steer, and Beef show from the Green Cycle McCarty Arena tomorrow at 10 a.m. Here's James Thompson with his Commercial Whiteface selection.
I think the no-brainer decision for me to go ahead and win this with the young man's ewe-lamb. I mean, stout, fuzzy-legged, busted open, good-looking sheep that offers some power and width. Congratulations to that young man with the ewe-lamb. After that, it gets a little bit more challenging between the second and the yearling class winner. I still think the one that comes closer to looking like a show sheep in terms of extension and height of shoulder and being smooth and transitions about its top line is the young lady's yearling. That will end up being reserved. Good job to both folks.
Whiteface Commercial ewe, Blaine Tinnery. He also had the champion Whiteface ewe lamb. Your reserve champion was Kaylee Austin. Yep, and now we'll show for reserve champion born and raised. So these three were born and raised in Hendricks County, and our judge will select our reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised of this commercial Whiteface. And here's Judge James Thompson.
Now here for your reserve born and raised. The champion was the champion born and raised. So reserve out here, I think, great representation in terms of sheep and quality. I think there's one that's maybe just a little bit more descriptive in their shape, a little bit more busted open and stouter features. And with that said, your reserve born and raised will go to the young man here with the ewe lamb. He'll be reserved.
Reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised, Caden Hankins. All right, we're now ready to get into our commercial Blackface ewe lamb show. We got 4 classes of these commercial Blackface ewes.
I think an awfully good place to go ahead and start here. The young lady brings an extremely good one to win this first class at commercials and, a lot of different things. That's the complete one, and I understand, fine line between complete and common. But when I say complete, I always mean, has those extras, those wow factors, and puts it all together in a package. And, to just kind of a basic sense, everything fits on this one. Her bone work matches her body, her hind leg and her structure matches her build from the side and her silhouette. Not only is she good moving and good looking and attractive and up and out, but that one's bulky and stout and fresh and handles extremely good. One that I like a bunch to go ahead and win this class. Unfortunately, young lady here in second, you got a nice ewe lamb and kind of fell in some steep water. That one's good moving, good angles, good range of motion in that ewe lamb. Got some feature and some stoutness to her. Just for me, her top line doesn't tie quite as smooth. She's not as busted open as what that class winner is. Sure like to see her run uphill just a tick more. young lady that comes in third, like this one in terms of her extension up front, her height to shoulder, elevation in that regard. From there back, she gets a little bit shallower in her flank, just not as bulky there, and transitions from her side rib there. Sure would like to fix that one, an angle to her hock, and her hind leg gets a notch stilty and underneath herself, but I think an awfully nice ewe lamb that presents herself extremely well up front. Young lady that winds off the discussion here in forward. Got a practical kind of sheep that has some spread and handles with some muscle and some density to her. That's the frail feature, narrow gauged one underneath. That just doesn't match her power up high. And she gets a little rounder in her shoulder, not quite as coordinated out of her hip and hind leg, but a really good one, being respectable here in forward. Congratulations to all those, an extremely good class winner. Good job to all those kids.
All right, so your class winner there was Araya Nair. She also had your first place Hendricks County born and raised. Second was Kirsten Cummings. She also had your second place Hendricks County born and raised. Third place was Kirsten Cummings, and fourth place was Abigail Berger. We're now ready to bring in our second class of blackface commercial ewe lambs. 6 entries in this class.
We are now ready for class 2 blackface ewe lamb, class 3
So there's your lineup for this class of commercial blackface ewes. You can go back and watch any portion of our show today. Our showmanship contest, our senior winner, he's in the ring now. The far right-hand side. Second from the front is Hayden Dino. He was our senior showmanship champion. He'll compete in Supreme Showmanship on Saturday at noon. I'd like to give a special shout out to our sponsors for our 2020 4-H exhibit showcase. Co-Alliance, Hendricks Power, Hendricks Regional Health, Electric Plus, Duke Energy, Endeavor Communications, Fleece Performance, Hendricks County Bank and Trust, Kevin Hill City Securities NFP, Plainfield Equipment, Ray's Trash, Town of Danville for their medical support, waste management. Thank all of them for their support in making our 2020 Hendricks County 4-H exhibit showcase possible. Let's hear from James Thompson about this class.
I think absolutely an easy place to go ahead and here and start. And I think this one's silhouette is kind of an outlier within this drive. I mean, awesome look. Her spread to her chine to her sternum is extremely shallow, and she short-bladed it up and out. Great transition from her neck-shoulder junction, top line jet level, handles crisp to the touch, presented extremely well. I think one that has range of motion is good, and when we nitpicky on her, she maybe just rolls her hop just a little bit. When you study her on the go, maybe just change her out her foundation just a touch. That one is cool looking and crisp and good made to go ahead and win this class pretty handily for me. Gets a little closer here in second and third, and not as easy as a decision. I think the one that resembles closest to our class winner from a silhouette perspective and bulk and density side of things is the one that comes in second. That one's extremely good when you get up on her, really crisp and bold out the backside of her shoulder, ultra stout. When you get in behind her, handles extremely well. That one's chest and blade is still a nice one, and from that perspective, it's when you set her into motion for me. She comes into second, gets a little hook-legged, gets her hind leg a little bit underneath her, just doesn't want to reach and drive, and the range of motion gets a little challenging there, but I think one that has some bulk and density to her. Young lady, excuse me, has an extremely nice one here. I think her roll to her rib cage, her transition from forerib into her shoulder is extremely good. She's got some spread up high. It's just unfortunate. You study her there at her foundation. She comes a little frailer featured, narrow gauged underneath. It doesn't match how much she has up high. And just not as crisp and hard to the touch, maybe as those ones ahead of her. I think an extremely nice one did up there in 3. I think still a nice one here in 4 as well. That one's got some spread and some dimension right there on the backside of her shoulder. Just her pieces don't fit quite as well in terms of her underlying quality. She gets deeper chested and flatter body for me. Just not as big and bulky there in her legs and her feature that she's got for her. And I think has some shape and some quality. Young lady here next, I like some things about this one. From the outside, she probably looks a little nicer than maybe the one ahead of her from the side. But for me, when you get right up on her, she's big hip. From there forward, her body's just not caught up with her spread to her pins because she gets a little narrow there in the loin, not as bulky there on the backside of her shoulder. And she too gets a little rounded in the lower shoulder for me. Sheep that winds off the drive, Suffolk influence you land, gets a little easy there in the top line, you round over her hip, she'll like to stop her up in her feature, but has muscularity, has some bulk and density to her, just needs more of a show sheep kind of a look to go ahead and move up any higher. Really good class, awesome class winner. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All right, your first place in that class goes to Hayden Deno. He was also your Hendricks County born and raised first place. Second place, Gavin Sinclair. Third place, Lauren Fry. Fourth place to Elizabeth Berger. Fifth place to Colleen Barnhart. Sixth place to Siani Mitchell. Elizabeth Berger had your second place. Hendricks County born and raised. All right, here's your class 4, or class 3, excuse me, of the blackface commercial use. Four entries in this class. All are Hendricks County born and raised. And let's hear from, just momentarily, we'll hear from James Thompson about this class.
Class 2, born and raised. First place is going to go to Elizabeth Berger. Second place is going to Siani Mitchell.
So there was a correction on that Hendricks County born and raised placing. First place went to Elizabeth Berger, and second place went to Siani Mitchell.
Another really nice class, I think, falls together really easily for me. And young man brings another one that's extremely nice. Up class versus his contemporaries, kind of a no-brainer decision from the perspective that one just puts the most good together. That was the best structure, big bulky density in terms of its foundation's extremely good. That one's got some rib and body, and balance is fairly decent from the side. Maybe not as just shapely and crisp and toned to the touch or elevated up front as maybe his previous class winner, but I think still extremely good one there. Young man comes in here with a solid, nice ewe lamb, like her body and her flank and what she brings forth there. She's maybe a little bit taller shouldered and stronger back than the one that comes here in third versus the one that wins. She comes in a frailer feature package that's just not as crisp and elevated and tucked up through her front end is what that class winner is. I think an extremely nice ewe lamb did up there in a very respectable second. Young man here in third with his blue tinge kind of a ewe is maybe a little harder and crisper to the touch and better in there in her hip loin hooked up than one ahead of her. For me personally, she needs to be redesigned just a nickel better for me, especially right out of the backside of her rack there. She gets a little easy, gets a little underneath herself with her hind leg. Just not as strong and true there in her pasturing, but has some muscle, has some touch and some tone to go ahead and end up there in the top three. Young lady here winds off the discussion. Big frame, large outline, extended kind of a ewe. That's good in terms of her feature and her bone, but that one's entirely too flat in her center body, and from there back needs more bulk and density to go ahead and move up on its stride. But I think extremely good class, really nice class winner again. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your class winner, Hayden Deno. We also had your Hendricks County born and raised. Second place went to Branson Tenery, and he had the second place Hendricks County born and raised. Third place, Hayden Klum. He's a 10-year sheep exhibitor. And fourth place, Molly Williams. We're now ready for class 4 of our blackface commercial ewes. We got one more class of commercial blackface ewes before we select our champion blackface. Here's Judge James Thompson.
I think a class that falls together extremely well and pretty logical. I think, you know, in another easy place to go ahead and start. This one's extra bulky and extra opened up. Her feature and her bone and her base width. so wide underneath it, and that only facilitates the added width that she's got on her top side. To get on top of this one, big and bold and extra crisp on the back side of her shoulder, big flat hip laid in her, and stout and dimensional from behind. Love that one from a power and just build perspective for as much width and dimension that she's got. Her range of motion is extremely good. She can plant and drive. Now, if I want to be critical on her, maybe she's not as tucked up in her chest and elevated up front as that we have seen some here today, but I think her extra density, extra bulkiness that still combines that with a great structural advantage gives her the easy, logical place to start with in this drive. Gets a little closer here between second and third, and I think just kind of the crisper made one here ends up in second. And versus that class winner, not as bulk and density and just cool looking as what that class winner is, but versus the one in third, she's so much cleaner conditioned and just crisp, and when you get your hands on her, she's got a big flat loin laid in her. For me, it's when you step back and study her from the side, she gets a little off there in the pitch to her blade and her shoulder, doesn't run uphill quite as well, gets a little frailer featured and a little weaker there in her pasturing, but cool handling, clean condition one, end up there in second. I like a lot of things in this young lady's ewe-lamb that comes in three. From her midline belly down, she resembles the class winner in terms of added feature and bone and fuzz that she's got. Her base width is extremely good. From there up, she maybe comes in more pieces. Her shoulder gets a little coarser and longer bladed. She doesn't tie quite well there in her hip-loin junction, but for me, more importantly, she's the heaviest conditioned one that we've got of the four that just needs to be leaner and crisper made. Young man that comes here for has got a nice kind of Suffolk influence looking ewe-lamb that's got some length and extension. She's leaner than the one that comes in third, but she needs more look from the side. She needs to be stronger passer and a little better in terms of her set to her hind leg to move up any higher for me personally. But I think a really nice entry there. Congratulations to those guys. Look forward to your champion drive.
First place, Blaine Tenery. Second place and first place of the Hendricks County Born and Raised was Taylor Sharp. Third place, Lauren Fry. She had the second place Hendricks County Born and Raised. Fourth place was Cody Morgan. We're now ready to bring in our final class of commercial black-faced ewes. 6 entries in this last class. After we show this last class, we'll go back and select our champion commercial black-faced ewe. Our judge today is James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana. He judged and graduated at Joliet Junior College and Western Illinois University. He was a former livestock judge and coach at Fort Scott Community College, in Fort Scott, Kansas. He's the owner of Thompson Livestock and is employed with Vita Plus as a livestock nutritionist. We thank James Thompson for judging our sheep show today. Coming up tomorrow, we have our dairy beef and dairy cow show. That'll take place in the Green Cycle McCarty Arena, and you can of course find the live stream on YouTube. Same channel that you're finding this show here today. We'll have both shows going at once, so you'll be able to follow along with the action. There's your final three in this class. First place, Blaine Tenery. Let's hear from our judge, James Thompson.
I think a nice yearling class that kind of fits extremely well. If, you know, you kind of have some sheep here at the top and a pair of them that offer some bulk and some muscularity and density for their skeleton to go ahead and start. And the young man that wins this class just does it from a build perspective. That's the loose spine, loose skeleton one that still maintains a youthful look up front, elevated in her chest, and has some sweep and boldness to her flank and her belly line, but so smooth in the way she's constructed. Still looks like a lady when you study her from that perspective, without sacrificing extra density and power when you get in right behind her. The more terminal kind of shaped one comes here in second. I mean, that one's extra bulk and just squareness and rich shape that she's got on her top side is pretty cool for a yearling. And get in behind her, and she's still big hipped and has some density and spread to her. For me personally, she gets too tight in her spine and just wants to maybe wedge the wrong direction. As she gets a little longer bladed and deeper chested, sure like to see her flank just match the way she's put together through her front end. But you gotta love the extra shape that she's got. Hopefully that one can go generate some wethers that will have that extra bulk and density that she brings. Really long pattern, kind of an extended you'd end up here in third. And she ends up here because she's leaner conditioned than the one in fourth. She's long and extended up front, extremely long body. From there back, she maybe just doesn't have the extra bulk and density. You study her there at her foundation. She's the frailest featured one of the initial three. Sure would like to see her stouter from behind. The one in four is stouter and wider and bulkier when you get in behind her than the one in third. She's entirely too heavy condition for me at this point. She's the farthest from her breeding condition. She gets a little fat pocket there and her fore rib, and just needs to be leaner and more youthful in her look and more elevated up front to move her on up. Young man's blue tinged hue, extra lean and smooth neck, long slim neck, flat shouldered, good from that regard. Got some handle and quality and touch. Just gets too low fronted for me. I like to redesign the way her set to her hind leg is. She gets a little stilty there off both ends of her skeleton. I think young man that winds off this discussion, one that offers some width and some power to her, got some bulkiness, just needs to balance better and have more added substance to go ahead and compete. Really good set all the way through. Congratulations to all of them.
All right, placings in that class. First place, Blaine Tenery. Second place, Carson Cummings. Third place, Faith Needham. Fourth place, Cole Morgan. Fifth place, Hayden Klom. Sixth place, Logan Duttonwy. And we are now ready to show for our Blackface Commercial U champion. So we'll bring them all out, and out of that first class, and that'll be all the way on your right-hand side.
We are now picking your champion, Blackface Commercial.
As we've got a sheep that has a little mind of its own today. Going for a quick jog. All right, out of that first class, on your far right-hand side, your first place was Aria Nair. Out of the second class is Hayden Deno. In the middle there, out of the third class, was also Hayden Deno. Reagan Bobrink standing in to show for Hayden Deno, since he has two in this champion drive here. Out of the fourth class, Blaine Tenery. He's in that blue long sleeve. And on the far left-hand side of your screen is also Blaine Tenery, out of that final class. So here they are, your first place winners out of the five classes of Blackface Commercial U's. And the second places in that class are right behind him, far from the camera, as you can see on your screen there. So James Thompson will select his champion and reserve champion blackface commercial U, and then we'll get into our grand drive for our U's here this afternoon. Our champion blackface commercial U sponsor is Gorham Eckert family. We thank them for their sponsorship. We'll also pick, if the champion or reserve champion picked is not a Hendricks County born and raised, we will pick a champion and reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised. Here they are again, going right to left on your screen is that first class with Aria Nair, your second class with Hayden Deno, third class with Hayden Deno there in the middle. Going left again, in the long sleeve blue shirt, Blaine Tenery out of the fourth class, and also Blaine Tenery out of that fifth class. Those are your first place winners of the blackface commercial U's. And we'll select the champion and reserve champion here momentarily. Our judge today, James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana. Your champion senior showman and your champion junior showman are both in the ring right now. Hayden Ditto and Orion Nair. Nair on the right-hand side, your junior showman, and Hayden, your senior showman champion. Here's James.
Been a really, really good commercial U drive. The top end of this drive, I think, is exceptional. And I think we got some different flavors and types and kinds out here. But I think there's out here for your champion. I'm going to go ahead and waste no time and get them out of the way. We'll study for reserve because I think that's where the decision needs to be made. But I think there's a completely one that's my kind in terms of being shallow up and out, full muscle, and good movement. And I think there's no secret to probably what that one is. Young man out of the second class will be your champion. Congratulations to him.
All right, champion Hayden Deno. He has your champion blackface commercial U. And now we'll bring in the second place out of that class, Gavin Sinclair. And we'll pick your reserve champion. Now, Hayden did not have the champion Hendricks County born and raised, so if the reserve champion is a Hendricks County born and raised, that will be the champion Hendricks County born and raised. If not, we'll take all the non-Hendricks County born and raised out of the ring and reevaluate for champion and reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised. Thank you for tuning in. Handing out awards today is our queen along with her court. Miss Congeniality this year is Ellen, runner-up is Ellen Henry. She's the oldest of 4 kids with 2 younger sisters and 1 brother. And here's James Thompson with his reserve champion selection.
For reserve, I think it's awfully close. And I think, to be honest, you know, all of these could be in contention for a lot of different things. I think, that lightweight class winner, cool shape and tall shoulder, we get her out here versus some of them. Is she just too raw there in her loin? Is she just shallow enough versus some? Versus others, yes, but maybe I think there's some question there. Mostly, her pulls her hock and her hind leg in just ever so slightly, and I wish we could change that about her. That second place for our champions, cool shapes and big muscle. Just wish you maybe use her hind leg and nickel better. The one that wins the third class, I think, is a big bulky one that offers some density. That one's the plain shaped one out here that just needs more shape and leanness and crispness to her top side. And then the young man that wins class 4 is one that's really big back and stout and opened up and great base width. Is that one shallow enough and tall enough shouldered and more up and out like our champion was is the biggest question, but I think she's got a lot of hard pieces to make. And then our yearling is one that I think is still good looking and still fresh and youthful. Just maybe just one that I think is just kind of nice in a lot of areas, just doesn't have a great deal of wow factor. So with that said, I came to the mic and not having a decision made, and I think I talked myself into what I'm doing in reserve. Again, what's hard to make is what really, really important to me. I think there's one out here that's busted open their skeleton, really, really good in terms of their toes and their feature and their base width, crisp and styled and wide up high. May not be shallow enough for some, but the young man that wins class 4 is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
All right, Blaine Tenery, reserve champion. Black face, commercial U. So now we will show for Hendricks County born and raised because the champion and reserve champion were not Hendricks County born and raised. So we will bring in the Hendricks County born and raised and reevaluate. For champion and reserve champion, Hendricks County born and raised. Again, your champion was Hayden Deno out of the 2nd class, and your reserve champion was Blaine Tenery out of the 4th class. So here are all the Hendricks County born and raised. All these lambs here, born and raised in Hendricks County. Here's James Thompson with his born and raised decision.
I'm here for your county born and bred. I think this, still keeps it in the mix. We only got a couple that got removed that weren't born here. But I think an awfully great representation of what you guys as breeders within the county can possibly do. So definitely need to be proud of that. I think as we get out here for our champion county born, there's one that pushed for reserve pretty close in my mind. If she was just a nickel better there and her hip loin hook up and maybe just a little squirt in her hock from behind, she would have probably been reserved. So with that said, young lady out of the 1st class will be your county born. The young lady here with the 3rd class winner will be your reserve. Congratulations to those of them.
Champion, Hendricks County born and raised, Orion Nyer. Reserve champion, Hayden Deno. All right, we'll take all of them out of the ring and get ready for our grand drive of our U show here this afternoon. So what we're going to do for the grand drive is we're going to bring in all of the reserve champions, parade them around the ring. Once we do that, the reserves will exit the ring and we'll bring in the champions to show for Grand Champion U. stable. All right, here we go. We're going to start our grand drive here momentarily with the parade of the reserve champion. And again, we're going to parade these reserve champions around the ring. And I'll try to catch them as they come in. There's a couple breeds that didn't have a reserve champion because it was a single entry. Thanks for watching. You're watching inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. We're getting them lined up here, and after this huge grand drive, we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll get into our market lamb show. Our grand champion ewe last year was Holland Miller. Our reserve grand champion ewe last year was Shelby Miller. Our grand champion born and raised last year was Shelby Miller, and our reserve grand champion born and raised was Branson Tinnery. All exhibitors today required to wear face coverings while in the ring. Our judge is wearing a face mask as well. All of our volunteers with face masks on. All right, Grand Champion U Drive. We'll start with the parade of the reserve champions. And we'll have those momentarily. So we're going to start with the parade of our reserve champions. First up, our reserve champion Dorset ewe lamb was Kristen Cummings. Our reserve champion Hampshire ewe was Hayden Deno. Our Hampshire reserve, there it is, Hayden Deno. Our reserve champion Southdown, Brylan Tinnery. Our reserve champion Whiteface Cross, Kaylee Austin. And our reserve champion Blackface, Blaine Tinnery. There they are. Those are your reserve champions. They'll exit the ring and we'll get set to bring in our champions for this U Grand Drive. Champion Dorset, Carson Cummings. Champion Dorset Advantage, Kristen Cummings. Champion Hampshire U, Araya Nair. So there's your Dorset Advantage, Kristen Cummings. Araya Nair right in front of her with her champion Hampshire. Champion Horn Dorset, Holland Miller. Champion Oxford, Molly Williams. Champion Shropshire, Logan Dottenwye. Your champion Southdown, Brylan Tinnery. Brindley Tinnery, excuse me. Champion Suffolk, Hayden Deno. Champion All Other Breeds, Bristol Tinnery. Champion Commercial Whiteface, Blaine Tinnery. And champion Blackface Commercial, Hayden Deno. So that's how they stack up. And there's a look at all of your breed champions from this afternoon. My name's Grant Covey. Thanks for joining us inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. Our judge today is James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana. He judged and graduated from Joliet Junior College and Western Illinois University. He was formerly a livestock judging coach at Fort Scott Community College in Fort Scott, Kansas, and he's the owner of Thompson Livestock in Frankfort, Indiana. He's also employed with Vita Plus as a livestock nutritionist. We thank James Thompson for judging our youth show here today. We also want to give a special shout out to all of our sponsors that made this 2020 4-H exhibit showcase possible. Co-Alliance, Duke Energy, Electric Plus, Endeavor Communications, Fleece Performance, Hendricks County Bank and Trust, Hendricks Power Cooperative, Kevin Hill of City Securities NFP, Plainfield Equipment, Ray's Trash, the town of Danville for their medical support, and Waste Management. Those are our sponsors that made this 2020 4-H exhibit showcase possible. And we thank them for their support. Again, this is your Grand Champion U selection. After our Grand Champion U selection, we will select our Grand Champion Hendricks County Born and Raised, the Reserve Grand Champion Hendricks County Born and Raised. That'll only happen if our Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion are not Hendricks County Born and Raised. And here's our judge today, James Thompson.
First and foremost, let's put our hands together for all the kids that's been in the ring here today. Kids have been awesome, sheep have been high quality, and kudos to you guys, not for only bringing good sheep, but teaching your kids the right thing and be able to be courteous. I try to visit with everybody when I sort these things and try to explain somewhat. I'm not always going to please everybody by no means, but I promise you, at the end of the day, you'll get my fair chance and my fair look. We got a 4-year-old at home that's showing pigs and sheep now, but showing pigs extremely competitive. And as a parent now that's got a kid showing with a little kid, I can fully appreciate that extra look or that second extra look, because sometimes they just need a second. And I think hopefully today you felt like that you got that chance. I want to thank the show committee for allowing me to come here and sort your show. I know we got the market show, but our crowd might change a little bit, but I appreciate the opportunity. I know these times and our situation that we're brought forth to us is different and weird, to be honest. And kudos to you guys here in the county for stepping up and being leaders. So everybody along the ringside, let's put our hands together for your extension, your crew. Be a little louder, because honestly, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. Running shows are not easy. Me and my wife run Indiana Stock Show that's just down the road here. That's in September, and we know the trials and tribulations that it takes to put on these deals. It's not easy. and for you guys to be able to throw this in the wrench. And we're working on our situation, and we're thankful that we have a great facility that we host our event at. That's being able to take some of the sweat off our brow. These guys wouldn't have that. They had to be able to get everybody involved and keep the extension happy and keep the board of health happy. So kudos to you guys for being able to pull this off. Exceptional job for sure. I think as we get out here in our champion drive, we have a lot of great representation of breeds all the way, from the Dorset, the Horn Dorset, the Baby Doll Southdown, I think is pretty cool as well, and all the way to our Crossbreds. I think they've all been extremely, extremely good, and I think there's a handful out here that I think are all contentions. Unfortunately, we get to kind of take some of the flair and excitement away from a handshake. And I have to discuss it all on the mic, but I do think there's one out here that comes out in terms of the mic counting, silhouette, chest, shallowness, crisp, cool muscle, picture perfect from the side. Crossbreds and grand. Congratulations to that young man.
There you go. Your grand champion is Hayden Dino. We'll now get out here for reserve grand champion.
For reserve, I think there's one that follows her type and kind of our champions, one that's tall-shouldered and extended with a cool look from the side. Seamless in terms of the way they're put together and their top line. Maybe could hook up just a nipple better in their hip loin. Young ladies, Hampshire is going to be reserve grand. Congratulations to her.
Araya Nair, reserve grand champion with her Hampshire.
For third, I think there's a lot of different takes that you can do. I think a lot of them out here are still in contention. You know, you got to kind of ask yourself the kind that are maybe a little harder to make, and maybe you're going to have to pick some pieces. But I think there's one out here that's an absolute creature in terms of generating potential, their foundation, their substance, their width and power. Maybe not the shallowest and doesn't follow the type and kind of what our champion reserve do, but I can appreciate their kind. Young man's reserve commercial U will be third overall. Congratulations to him.
Your reserve grand champion is Blaine Tenery. That is your third overall, excuse me. Blaine Tenery had your third overall with his reserve champion commercial blackface.
Fourth overall, I think there's one that's out here that's I think can represent their breed extremely well at the next level, regardless of that being at a state show or possibly there in the fall at Louisville. I think there's an awesome breeding one that's got great extension, good look, good mobility, especially for their breed, and doesn't have that typical hip and hind leg that the Horn Dorset has. They're going to be your fourth overall. Congratulations.
Your fourth overall is the Horn Dorset, which was exhibited by Holland Miller. So Holland Miller had your fourth overall and third overall born and raised. Your grand champion born and raised was Araya Nair with her Hampshire.
I think there's probably 3 or 4 out here that I think are extremely nice and still in contention. I'll only get to pick 5. Kind of talking them in no order. I think the reserve Hampshire is an awfully nice sheep in terms of presentation and touch and tone. And just wish maybe that one's a little taller shouldered versus the champion was. I think the Suffolk's here in contention, good outline, good pattern, kind of a Suffolk sheep that's still got muscle and hind leg quality. I think that brings it forth in terms of offering good in terms of the Suffolk breed. I think the Speckle's got one that's good in terms of substance and added base width and bone and what she's got in terms of added stoutness from behind. Just wish that was a little bit more shallow and more elevated up front, maybe versus a couple others. But you know, kind of keeping that similar mold. And I think ones that still has a show sheep kind of a look and good presentation and offers some good in that regard, that would be the Reserve Hampshire. She'll be your 5th overall. Congratulations.
5th overall, Reserve Hampshire, Hayden Deno.
5th overall is Hampshire.
All right, and he was your, I believe he'll be your 4th overall. So now we're going to circle back and do our Hendricks County Born and Raised show. All right, so again, how they lined up there, your grand champion was your commercial blackface, Hayden Deno. Your reserve grand champion was your champion Hampshire, Araya Nyer. 3rd overall, Blaine Tenery with his reserve blackface. 4th overall, Holland Miller with her champion Horn Dorset. And 5th overall, Hayden Deno with his reserve champion Hampshire. So we'll circle back and do the same thing for our Hendricks County Born and Raised. All right, getting ready for our Hendricks County Born and Raised show. We'll pick a grand and reserve and fifth over and top 5 for this. These are your reserve born and raised. Again, these are your reserve breed champions of the Hendricks County Born and Raised division. Okay, those are your reserves. We'll do champion, Hendricks County Born and Raised. Kirsten Cummings with her Dorset ewe lamb. The Dorset Advantage champion is Kirsten Cummings as well. Your champion, Hendricks County Born and Raised Hampshire, is Araya Nair. Your champion, Oxford, is Molly Williams. Champion Born and Raised Shropshire, Logan Dotwai. Champion Southdown champion, Braylon Tenery. Champion Born and Raised Suffolk ewe lamb, Hayden Deno. All other breeds champion, Bristol Tenery. Champion Commercial Whiteface, Blaine Tenery. And champion Born and Raised Blackface, Hayden Deno. Our champion Blackface, excuse me, is Araya Nair. Araya Nair there with the Blackface champion, Hendricks County Born and Raised. So there they are. Those are all Hendricks County Born and Raised breed champions. And our judge will go through and select a grand, reserve grand, and top 5 for the Born and Raised ewes. Again, we're showing for grand and top 5 Hendricks County Born and Raised ewes. And here is our judge today, James Thompson, with his Born and Raised selection.
Well, you know, I think a really good set out here for a county born, and I know I had a discussion there in the commercials about, you know, just breeders within this county should be proud, but as we turn out and get all these breeds back out here, awfully impressive. You know, a lot of counties do this deal, and it's honestly pretty bland. And this is far from it. So kudos to you guys as breeders and stock people for being able to put together a set here in your own backyard. Awesome job from that perspective. I think if we get out here in our champion drive, definitely one that I think needs to represent again. That was the Reserve Grand once. That'll be your champion ham. She'll be your county born. Congratulations.
So your Grand Champion Hendricks County Born and Raised is Araya Nair. She had the Reserve Grand Champion ewe. We'll now bring in the reserve born and raised, which is Hayden Deno.
For Reserve County born, you know, the Hampshire there, the Reserve Hampshire was 5th overall, but in the big stage at the end of the day, it did get to show against that Crossbred that ended up winning the county board, and both those Crossbreds ahead of him ended up to be in the top 3. So I think it's still a decision between those two. I think the one that's a little crisper muscle, a little cleaner condition still at this point is going to go ahead and be the Reserve Hampshire. They'll be Reserve County born. Congratulations to that young man.
Your reserve grand champion, Hendricks County born and raised, Hayden Deno. He had the 5th overall with his Hampshire.
For third, I think it gets a little tighter here. You know, we got the county born commercial U and that speckle and the Suffolk. I think are all in extreme close contest here. But I do still think the one that follows the type and kind and outline and presentation is the young lady there on the champion Crossbred. That will be your 3rd overall county born.
Your 3rd overall Hendricks County born and raised is Orion Nyer. We now select a 4th overall.
For 4th, it gets a little closer and tighter even yet. I think there's still one that adds some added stoutness and feature, and one that I think is extra stout when you get it behind him. Still a little leaner condition and still has that presentation. Young man Speckle there, your white-faced cross, will be your next one out. Congratulations to him.
4th overall born and raised, Blaine Tenery.
Close decision again here in 5th between the Suffolk and the commercial, reserve commercial there. I think they're both extremely nice. The one I think again is keeping the type of kind, keeping leaner condition, still good outline. I think our 5th overall going to be your champion Suffolk. Congratulations to them.
Your 5th overall is the champion Suffolk, which would be Hayden Deno. All right, there it is. That's the U show, and we'll come back in 15 minutes with the start of our Market Lamb show. So about 2:15, we will start our Market Lamb show. Keep it right here. You're watching the Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Show. All right, everybody, welcome back. Apologize for that brief delay. We took a bit of a break in between our ewe and market lamb show, but now we're getting ready to start with our Dorper market lambs. Megan Tepe with both entries in. Our judge for the show today is James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana. He judged and graduated from Joliet Junior College and Western Illinois University. He's the owner of Thompson Livestock in Frankfort, and here he is to talk this first class of Dorper market lambs.
Starting off here in the market lamb side of things, talk about starting off some quality here in the Dorpers and AOBs. And went ahead and used the black-headed one to go ahead and win this deal. That one's incredible in terms of just how busted open and stout he is. I mean, that one maybe is just big and bulky and spread out the backside of the shoulder as anything we've handled to this point today. So much dimension and pin width and stoutness to his lower leg and stifle, I think, is extremely, extremely nice from that perspective. Not the shallowest one in terms of just elevation in his chest. That probably goes to the one in second. The one in second there is no slouch by no means. He might just balance just a tick better in terms of his underlying quality, but just not as opened up and powerful as what that class winner was. Two extremely good ones to go ahead and win this AOB drive. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
There it is, champion Dorper, Megan Tepe, reserve champion Dorper, Megan Tepe. We see them Dorper market lambs again in the grand drive. We're now ready for our Dorset market lambs. We got one class in this breed. And there's all three of them right there for you. Our Dorper Market Lamb champion sponsor in memory of Mike Peters. And right now we're showing for champion Dorset Market Lamb. Just 3 entries in the whole division today. We want to thank our sponsors coming on board with us for the 2020 Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase: Co-Alliance, Duke Energy, Electric Plus, Endeavor Communications, Fleece Performance, Hendricks County Bank and Trust, Hendricks Power Cooperative, Kevin Hill City Securities NFP, Plainfield Equipment, Ray's Trash, Town of Danville, and Waste Management. All right, let's hear from our judge on the placings.
Fully aware it's not a prospect show, and the lead ball scales at home is what I always say, and just use the best quality ones, and that one definitely fits that mold because that one's outline is so unique within the Dorset breed, and I take great pride in trying to find ones that go on and have success at the next level, and I promise you that one's going to be at the top end of the prospect division if she decides to go show at stock show on the white face side of things, because I think he's awfully nice, really crisp and hard muscled and really descriptive in his shape. He's so up-fronted and shallow and elevated up front and good movement. That one's awfully good, so what would you change about him? Add another 30 pounds and, you know, definitely see where that one ends up if he did, because I think that one's awfully nice. Young man comes in second. You know, I apologize, I won't pick a little one in front of him because that's still a nice Dorset sheep. Still balances fairly well, has some spread, some muscle, some substance and feature. He's just maybe not as elevated and chiseled up front, and not as creased up and hard muscled as that class winner, but really, really nice, complete, good structured kind of a sheep. Ended up there second in reserve. Sheep that was third, a young man already exited. A big, long-bodied sheep that has some extension and firmness to the touch. His build and structures maybe his concern. Gets a little high back and high top. That just needs to be re-coordinated out of his hip and hind leg. Really good set of Dorsets. Pluck little class winner to go ahead and win that drive.
First place in champion Dorset, Aria Nair. Champion Sponsor in memory of Mike Peters. Reserve champion Cole Cummings, third place Carson Cummings. Your champion Hendricks County born and raised was Cole Cummings. Reserve champion born and raised is Carson Cummings. And we're now showing our Hampshire market lambs. Two classes of Hampshires. After we show these two classes of Hampshires, we'll bring them back in and show for champion Hampshire. There's your lineup for this class. They're not placed yet, but that's how they stand right now. One Hendricks County born and raised, that's Hayden Deno. He's on your far right side of your screen. He was also your champion senior showman from earlier today. He'll compete in the Supreme Showmanship competition, which takes place on Saturday at noon. As of right now, our Supreme contestants are Hayden Deno for the sheep and Kaylee Tepe for the goats. Tomorrow we'll crown a showman for the beef, and Thursday we'll crown a showman for the pigs. right, that's how they're going to place, and we'll hear from our judge James Thompson on his placing here with these Hampshire Market lambs.
Actually a pretty challenging class, and you know, a lot of people could shake this up and do things a lot of different because we have different shapes and sizes and molds, and you know, even all the way down to our 5th place sheep that has an incredible back shape and presentation and handle, just wish he handled his hind leg better. But I think combination sheep that offers the most good in terms of being up and out and tall shoulder and still handling with some quality goes ahead and wins this class. But for me personally, it's his running gear that gets him to the top here. His ability to get out and use his honk, and his range of motion is extremely good. He's still a sheep that I think is green and kind of fits his weight, though. I wish that sheep was maybe a little bit deeper in his flank and had more swoop to his belly line to match his chest floor, but I still think he's more than adequate in terms of his elevation and what he's got to offer. I think a pretty nice one to go ahead and win this class. The sheep here in second may be as good as any right out of the backside of his shoulder in terms of spread and dimension. She's really creased up in terms of her rack shape, big hip laid in her, got some touch and tone to her. Just for me personally, she needs to tie in better about her top line, right out the backside of her shoulder. Her head blowing hook gut can be better for me personally, and sure like to see that one just get out and go with square truer out of her hock, but I think a really big muscled one that still has a nice presentation from the side. The one I like a lot in terms of mobility and being able to get out and go and where she is at her foundation is this young lady's weather here. Toes are all pointing the right direction. Angle to the hock is extremely good. Elevation in her chest and underlying quality maybe the best of this entire drive. And you may be asked, well, why maybe you beat that one if he's so good in terms of his build? For me personally, he needs a bunch more muscle to go ahead and compete. You need to freshen that one up in terms of his tone and his shape on the top side of the skeleton. Give him a shot more muscle when you get him right behind him. Love his build, love his underlying quality. That's what allows him to get up here in the top 3. This bottom pair, unfortunately, I have to call it a bottom pair for me. I think they're both extremely nice sheets, and only too disappointed. By no means. Young lady's got a nice sheep here to go ahead and go for. Like the neck set and the angle and the shoulder design in that one. Her top line's extremely good from that perspective. Her hind leg needs to be changed. Tucks her hind leg and gets underneath herself. Also at the same time, like to blow that one apart in terms of her rib cage. Her stoutness of pins to go ahead and move her up as well. Sure like to maybe fix her hind leg first before anything. Same situation here at 5. That I've struggled really hard to put this one 5th just because that one's big muscle and has some touch and tone and stoutness from behind. It's a build thing for me personally. His hind leg needs to be stronger and more coordinated. Needs to be stronger and truer in her pastern. Sure like to elevate her in her chest and make her shallower in her design. Really good set all the way through 5. Congratulations to all them exhibitors.
Again, placings in that class: first Hendricks County born and raised, Hayden Deno. Second, Kayla Baker. Third, Lily Beck. Fourth, Allison Owen. And fifth, Gavin Sinclair. We're now showing our Hampshire Market Lambs class number 2, and here they come into the ring now. There's your second class of Hampshire Market Lambs. The winner from this class will compete against the winner of the first class for champion Hampshire Market Lamb. All right, so that's how they'll place Lily Jackson first, second Brindley Tenery, third Reagan Bobrink, fourth Elizabeth Berger, fifth Hannah Needham, and sixth Emma O'Neill. Let's hear from our judge.
I think an interesting class, and it comes down to kind of, where you lay your preferences and your priorities. I think there's some bits and pieces as we work on down the line. If you want to make your priority, just muscle shape and tone and just crease shape, then this one probably doesn't win for you. You probably use the one in second, and I'd be okay with that. But I think, keeping the priorities and still making good structured sheep that have great range of motion and can get out and go, maintain their body shape. That ewe lamb definitely does that for me. She's still, from the outline perspective, the tall shouldered one that's still straight and right in her lines and still fairly elevated about her front end, busted open underneath. When you study her in terms of features, she's got that for sure. Just like I said, she needs to be creased up in terms of her muscle shape. Sure would like to make her harder to the touch, just getting a little bit more maternal and ewe in her maturity pattern. But I think that one's extremely good within class in terms of what she brings forth from a skeleton perspective. I do like this ewe lamb at the standstill as good as any that comes here in second, because she may be just elevated in her lower body cavity extremely well. I like her added shape that she's got on the top side of her skeleton. She's square rack, she's truer from that perspective, and just as good from behind in terms of spread and dimension. From there down, she maybe becomes a little concerning. She's a little narrow tracking, frailer featured kind of a sheep that just needs a better set to her hind leg and her hump to be able to get out and float and drive like her class winner does. But if the preference is muscle and shape, sure, I could see that one definitely winning this class. Young lady that comes out here in third with a Dalmatian looking sheep definitely has a height to shoulder advantage within class. That sheep's long and extended on his neck. I'm sure long bodied as well and has some cutability advantages. For me personally, he comes too plain through his front end. He's longer bladed, he's heavier there in his brisket, and it just doesn't elevate through his front end. I'd sure like to hook him up there in his hip loin junction and nipple better for me, but I think an awfully nice sheep could offer some cutability and value from that side of things. A really long pattern sheep that's lean and has some extension up front. He looks to be a heavier weight sheep that's a little staler made. He's kind of peaked there at the top side of his rack and gets a little concave there in his lower leg and stifle. Personally, for me, he just needs more muscle and shape and tone to go ahead and move up any higher. Two sheep that wind off the discussion, both long-bodied sheep that have some rib and some practicality, need to balance better and have some just genuine width and bulk to them. To go ahead and drive up their end point. But a really nice set all the way through. Congratulations to all of them.
All right, placings in that class. First place, Lily Jackson. Second place, Brindley Tenery. Third place, Reagan Bobrink. Fourth place, Elizabeth Berger. Fifth, Hannah Needham. Sixth, Emma O'Neill. Your first place, Hendricks County born and raised, was Brindley Tenery. Your second place, Hendricks County born and raised, was Elizabeth Berger. We're now showing for champion Hampshire Market Lamb. There they are, Hayden Deno out of the first class and Lily Jackson out of the second class right there in front of you. Behind them, opposite the camera, second place Kayla Baker from the first class, and second place Brindley Tenery from that second class. Here's our judge today, James Thompson.
I think a nice Hampshire show, and we got a couple of types and kinds that we've got out here, but one I can definitely be satisfied with our class winners. I think they fit the mold in terms of being good structured, good moving kind of sheep that offer some skeletal quality, and no doubt both of them do that extremely well. For me personally, there's one that's a little rawer shaped and has just more raw animal shape when you get your hands on them, a little bit more elevation up front and shallowness. Maybe I'd like to see that one just a little farther along in terms of his condition, but I think more than acceptable. Your first class winner is going to be your champion, and followed by the second class winner for reserve. Congratulations to both of them.
All right, champion Hayden Dino with his first place in the first class. Reserve champion Lily Jackson, who had the first place out of the second class. We're now ready to move into our natural color market lamb. 6 entries in this class, a single class for the breed. And here they come into the ring. But before we do that, we're going to show for our champion, Hendricks County born and raised. We're going to show for our champion, Hendricks County born and raised market lamb. In the ring, Brindley Tenery and Elizabeth Berger. Now, Hayden Dino, his was born and raised, and so was Brindley Tenery, so I don't think it's going to be a discussion here. All right, yeah, so Hayden Dino is going to take your champion, Hendricks County born and raised for the Hampshires. Brindley Tenery going to take the reserve champion. All right, so now we're bringing in the natural color market lambs. 6 entries in this class. And this will determine the breed champion and reserve champion. Your champion Hampshire Market Lamb sponsor, Mark and Sonia Carrico and Katie Cleveland. judge is going to walk him again here before he makes his final decision. All right.
Got a little
Lauren
bit of
Fry
everything,
first. Here we go.
In this class, and I think you just got to kind of go read weight right out the window and just try to pick quality. And I think that's what you kind of need to do. And this top pair for me personally, on the move and on the go, I want to like this second place sheep maybe just a little better in terms of his hip and his hind leg. But it's hard to get around that extra substance and bulk and base width that the young ladies class winner brings forth. That one's foot and bone and added foundation is extremely good. From behind, he's a big hip, stout-ended weather, and from there forward, great deal of spread. For me personally, he's maybe a little heavier condition than what I would deem ideal, and I'd like to maybe clean him up through his front end just a touch, and that's probably where the young ladies sheep that are in second has the advantage. Unfortunately, can't get a real great read at the stick. Young lady second place sheep, just a little stiff-necked and really won't show for, but on the move and on the go. That one's hip and hind leg I think is extremely good. He handled with some roll, just kind of feedable shape still to his back, and still silhouette-wise holds himself together fairly well. That's what allows you to get here in the top pair of this drive. Like the front 1/3 of this sheep that comes into third because of extension of neck and smoothness of shoulder. Still got a good chest lay there. For me personally, her top line just needs to fit in better. Gets a little easy there. And also like to square that one out of her dock and just make her kind of truer there out of her pin width. But I think still would have some elevation up front to go ahead and go third. Interesting one to come here in fourth, maybe bigger hip and stouter ended and fresher loin than the one ahead of him. But for me personally, that one needs more bone and more set to her hind leg. That one gets a little deeper up front, plainer and designed from the side. But I think that one's big muscle and has some power and width. A pair of sheep here that are awfully close in terms of just their build and their kind. One just is bigger and has more muscle than the other, and that's what allows her to end up there in that pair. Young lady that lines off the drive. This needs more bulk and power to drive up its end point, but needs more look and profile to become a show sheep. So really good set all the way through. Good job to all those kids.
All right, placings in that class. First place in champion, Lauren Fry. Second place in reserve champion, Lily Beck. Third place, Hannah Needham. Fourth place, Taylor Sharp. Fifth place was Morgan Spurlock, and sixth place was Haley Spurlock. Taylor Sharp had your first place in champion, Hendricks County born and raised. Morgan Spurlock had your second place in champion, Hendricks County born and raised for the natural color. 3 entries in this next class of Oxford Market Lambs. Three entries in this class. Our sponsor for our natural colored market lamb, State Bank of Liston. We thank them for their support. All right, there's your placings, and we'll get the comments from our judge, James Thompson.
I think a really nice class here that we've got, and this one just wins from a leanness and composition side of things, but also that's the better balance sheet that offers more look from the side. Elevation and smoothness up front is definitely in that one's favor, and still one that's really good in its lines and has some touch and tone to it, one that I like quite a bit. Young lady that brings the one here in second has a lot of things that you can like. Foot, bone, and base width. That one's heavier weight and stouter in it. For me personally, that one kind of wedges the wrong direction from the side. Gets a little longer bladed and deeper up front. And then where to her flanker relation is, I'd sure like to see that one just a little bit better in terms of her full rib shape and her body shape. You go ahead and beat the one ahead of her. Young lady that winds off this drive, long bodied extended kind of a sheep, that just needs to balance better and have more show ring kind of look, show it like a scout that one up and give them more touch and tone when you get your hands right on it. Really nice class. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
Placings in that class, first place and champion Oxford was Araya Nyers, reserve champion Lauren Fry. Third place was Arnaud, your champion sponsor for the Oxford Market Lambs, the Bowman family. We thank them for their support of our sheep show today. We're now ready to bring in our first and only class of Polypay Market Lambs, 2 entries in this class. This is a single class for the breed, so the winner will be the breed. All right, here we go. Our judge will.
2 entries here in the Polypay division, and definitely you don't get to see these things in the show ring much, but got a lot of value industry-wide in terms of just being able to be recips and people using those as just being able to make some commercial sheep that have some prolificacy and being able to be good from that side of things. And muscle's not always in our favor, but for a Polypay, the young lady's champion, handled with some spread and some muscle up high. And that's what goes ahead and gives him the edge within this particular class. I think he just has the bulk and density advantage to go ahead and win. Young lady that comes here in second here, got some length and extension. That sheep may be a little true right out of the back side of her shoulder and a little better from that perspective. That sheep just comes too flat bodied and just not stout enough up high in terms of spread and dimension. But I think an awfully nice set of Polypays. Congratulations to both of them.
All right, first place in champion Polypay, Caitlin Arnott. Second place, Kristen Arnott. Those were both champion and reserve champion, born and raised respectively. We're now starting our Shropshire Market Lamb Show, 5 entries in this class. We have 2 classes of Shropshire Market Lambs to show. This is the first class. right, here's our judge, James Thompson. He'll talk this class of Shropshire Market Lambs.
I think a real logical and easy place to start. I think that one's awfully unique. Body lines and handle quality, with that set of running gears and just elevation up front and extension. I think honestly, to be truthful, that one smokes this thing, and I like that one quite a bit to go ahead and win. Taking nothing away from the young lady, you just fell in deep water, to be honest, because this one's hip and pin width and dimension that he's got from there forward is extremely good. Still handles hard to the touch and really good from that perspective. Big fuzzy legs. That one's just not quite as elevated and tucked up and short-bladed as what that class winner is, and I'd sure like to give him just more look and just raw shape versus the class winner. Young lady that comes here in 3, that's a good heighted, kind of hard touching one that offers some flatness of loin and hip loin junction, hooks up incredible. For me, that one just needs to blend smoother in its neck shoulder junction and bring it into his top line nickel better. He's probably the frailest feature, the one that we've got here in the initial 3, and he too's a little plainer through his front end, not ideal from that perspective. Young lady coming out next, bigger bone than the one ahead of him and fuzzier legged. That one's got some shape into its rack. For me, that one planes up and lengthens the blade and deepness up front, gets it out of contention, and that sheep at the same token needs to be blended smoother in this transition to go ahead and move up any higher. For the big fuzzy legged one to go ahead and stand a respectable fourth. Young man here in 5, he's got a big body, practical, easy doing looking kind of sheep. That one's a little heavier condition, a little plainer muscle, just needs to be bulked up quite a bit from behind versus the ones ahead of him. But a really good set, awesome class winner. Congratulations to them.
All right, placings in that first class is Shropshire. First place, Kayla Baker. Second place, Allison Owen. Third place, Emily Miller. Fourth place, Gracie O'Neill. And fifth place, Cody Morgan. The first place Hendricks County born and raised was Emily Miller. The second place Hendricks County born and raised was Cody Morgan. We're now ready to bring in our second class of Shropshires. And here they come into the ring now, 4 entries in this class of Shropshires. All right, there's your placings in this class. Here's James Thompson with his comments.
You know, we get this class in here and never once questioned to beat this young lady's ewe lamb in this particular class. I think that one's the complete one within this drive that checks all the boxes in terms of build and structure and balance. And still has plenty in terms of muscle and dimension. Is he the thickest one and the most shapely one? No, that definitely goes to the one in second. But I do think that one blends extremely well. He's good in terms of his build and his mobility. No doubt that's the structure sheep within this drive. That still has muscle and look in check. The heavy muscled one stands here in second. No doubt that may be as big and stout from behind as anything we've seen yet here today. His spread to his pins, his dimension to his lower leg and stifle. From there forward, great deal of spread and width that he's got to his back is incredible. It's when you get him on the go. An angle to his hump and his hind leg, it's a little hook-legged and underneath himself. Just needs to present himself better when you get him on the move. Young man that comes here in third, thought about moving this one up just because he's better legged and better in terms of his hind leg, and still his silhouette is fairly decent in terms of underlying quality. His top line could be leveler, no doubt about that, but one look from him from behind, and you just got to go ahead and move him into third. He flattens in his lower hip and stifle, just not enough bulk and just raw animal shape to go ahead and move him on up within this drive. Good legged one, just needs more muscle. Kind of the same situation as a young lady that runs off this drive. Long-bodied, extended, kind of a big sheep, but no doubt's done well for her. Just needs more width and power to go ahead and compete. Really good set. Congratulations to all of those included.
All right, placings in that class. First place, Reagan Bobrink. Second place, Blaine Tenery. We'll bring in the first and second place out of that first class of Shropshires, which is Kayla Baker and Allison Owen, to show for champion Shropshire Market Lamb. So your first place out of the first class is Kayla Baker on the far right-hand side. Reagan Bobrink to the left of her with her first place. And the reserve champions are on the opposite side of the camera. Here we go.
Good one to go ahead and win this drive, and it does it just from a build perspective alone. This one that wins the early class, his feet, his hind leg, his mobility, his range of motion, his ability just to get out and drive is, I think, absolutely incredible. And then his silhouette's awfully good, up and out, and cool looking, plenty of muscle and tone and shape. I like that one a lot. He goes ahead and wins. Reserve's going to be that second class winner. I think good, complete, kind of a sheep, no holes attached kind of thing. Just not quite as good looking and fuzzy and good legged as what that winner is. I think the nice one to be reserved. Congratulations to them.
All right, your champion, Kayla Baker, with her first place out of the first class. And your reserve champion is Reagan Bobrink, the first place out of the second class. Now we're going to show for champion and reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised. That'll bring in Emily Miller and Cody Morgan from the first class, and it'll bring in Cole Morgan from the second class. So these three lambs here, Hendricks County born and raised.
Here for a county-born Shropshire drive, I think a really nice set represent Hendricks County, no doubt. I think two extremely nice ones here in the front line. I think one's a little shorter top, a little fresher in handling. That being the young lady, she'll be champion. Young man here in the pink will be reserved.
Champion Hendricks County born and raised, Emily Miller. Reserve champion, Cole Morgan. All right, that concludes our Shropshire show. We'll bring in the Southdown Market Lambs. And this is a single breed class with 4 entries in this class today. Our champion sponsor for the Shropshires. Champion sponsor, Alan and Cassie Skyper. We're now showing our Southdown Market Lambs, and our champion sponsor for the Southdown Market Lambs is Dick and Clara Thompson. You're watching the show today inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. Tomorrow you can find the Beef, Dairy, and Dairy Beef Show inside the Green Cycle McCarty Arena. Those shows get underway at 10 a.m. and of course they will be live streamed on the same YouTube page you're watching this show here today.
A really nice set of Southdowns that we've got represented here. And young lady that goes ahead and wins this drive. Got a pair of them, extra big fuzzy-legged ones that have some extensions to them and still balance extremely well. I think the one to go ahead and win offers more shape on his top side. Any two stays truer and stronger about his spine and his top line. I think an awfully nice one to go ahead and win. The one that comes in second, maybe a notch lower body, but a little bit more elevated in his chest. I just can't get past the fact that he gets a little easy there in his spine. I sure like the leveling out of his middle of his back and into his hip. He gets a little heavier condition maybe than what our class winner is, but I think an awfully nice pair to represent the breed there. Maybe the one here in third may come in a leaner made package, and he may be a little harder to the touch than one that comes in second, but he at the same token is the one that is most uncoordinated about his hip and his hind leg. Just gets a little rounder in his shoulder, just doesn't balance quite as well and wedge the right direction as maybe the two ahead of him. But I still think a big body, practical kind of sheep can offer some touch and tone being up there in third. A long, extended, elevated kind of a sheep to go forward here just falls short in terms of just having enough. We can get in right behind it, we'll keep it there. His head set and his dot flags from there down. But I think a really good sell all the way through. Good job to those kids.
All right, first place and champion, Southdown Market Lamb, Michael Vance. Second place in reserve champion, Chase Searcy. Third place was Holland Miller, and fourth place was Hannah Needham. We're now showing our Suffolk Market Lambs. This is, again, a single breed class, so the first place will be the champion. All right, there's the lineup for you. And the champion Hendricks County born and raised from that Southdown division was Michael Vance. Reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised was Chase Searcy. Your Southdown sponsor was Dick and Clara Thompson. They also sponsored our Suffolk Market Lamb. All right, here we go. Here's James Thompson with his selection.
Interesting class, maybe to say the least. Within the Suffolk division, it's pick your poison and kind of roll with it. And where do you want to lie your priorities? And ask yourself if there's a line at the cross, if one's stout enough versus if one's sound enough, if there's one good balance enough. You know, because probably the best balanced one stands in fourth, the best legged one wins, the biggest muscled one wins, the hardest handling one is fifth. So that's weird to me, to be honest, but I think as you start weighing on the tangibles and keeping that in mind, they got to be good in terms of running gears. They got to have more than enough in terms of muscle. No, man, when you let that sheep relax like he is right there, that's when he looks the best, okay? So then his body and his pieces come together. For me, I think he's still a sheep that offers some bulk and some dimension. Am I a fan of his breed character? Absolutely not. We're Suffolk enthusiasts at our house and take a lot of pride in making Suffolk weathers that go and be competitive at the state fair level that can somewhat class. And, you know, will that one class come to the next level? Probably not. But I think that one is the best in terms of his running gear, his bulk, his muscle, and still being tied in right about his shoulder and his chest. And then once you get him to level out and smooth out there, you know, maybe he does become the easy place to start. Kind of glad I grabbed that one from that perspective. I like the sheep in second. That's the second best in terms of having some muscle along with the range of motion out of his hind leg. He handled with some tone and some touch. Can't get over the fact that he roaches his top. And he gets a little longer bladed and deeper chested for me, but he handles with some quality. He handles his hind leg and reaches and goes. That's what allows him to get up here on the top pair. The young lady that comes here in 3, that sheep's bottom line and his flank and chest relation is extremely good. He's got some lower leg and dimension and stifle. For me personally, his angle to his hock, his angle to his hind leg just gets underneath himself way too much. I'd sure like to freshen that one up in terms of his loin edge to be able to head and move him on up as well. Initially, when they hit the ring, I like the little one because that one may be just as good moving as anything that we've got. It maintains its body shape extremely well. Levelest one we've got in the drive, good in terms of angle to his hop. It's when you get right up on this one, he's way too flat in his body shape. He's too narrow in terms of his muscle. It needs to just be blown apart quite a bit to go ahead and compete. But I think that one has some good and from a look and balance perspective. Like I said, the hardest handling one, probably the one that's the crispest shape and probably the most ready here today is the one here in 5. And you know, maybe you ask, well, why is he last in this drive? And I don't think he's last. I think it's a complicated class, so we're going to keep calling him 5th. That one's hind leg needs to be a bunch better for me. He's down on his pasterns and gets his hind leg, you know, way too far underneath him and just doesn't want to present himself on the go as well as the ones ahead of him. But I think a really good Suffolk drive, just a lot of pieces that you got to fit together to go ahead and make a class winner. But I think a really good set. Congratulations to all of them.
First place and champion in the Suffolk division, Branson Tenery. Second place reserve champion Shelby Miller. She was the champion, Hendricks County born and raised. Third place Isabel Saylor. Fourth place Abigail Berger. She was the reserve champion, Hendricks County born and raised. And fifth place Riley Smith. We're now bringing in our crossbred market lambs, our white-faced market lambs. And here they come into the ring now. 3 or 4 entries in this class rather. We're waiting on one more entry in this class. It appears that we're just going to have 3 in this class. now we got our fourth entry coming in the class now on left-hand side of your screen. That's Kaylee Odom. All right, it appears Caden Hankins was in the wrong class there. So we'll go ahead and get that sorted out and get the right sheep in the ring. That's all right. We like to keep our ring help on the tip of their toes all the time.
We are showing Crossbred Market Lamb White Face Class 1.
All right, so here's Class 1 of your white-faced crossbred market lambs now that we finally got them sorted out. And I think we're still working on getting them sorted out here. But I believe now that we've got the 4 in the ring that we need for this first class of white-faced cross market lambs.
An interesting class, but I think it pulls together extremely well. Went ahead and used the young ladies. I know he's not the most strict in terms of his shape up high, but he's still a sheep that's good in terms of his mobility and structure. His underlying quality is by far the best within this drive. And sure like to maybe just freshen him up in terms of his handle, but I still think the skeleton, his balance allows him to go ahead and win. Young lady that comes here in second, maybe a nickel stronger right out of the backside of his shoulder. I'd like to see that one dropped in his flank and squared out his pins and get more dimension to his lower leg and stifle. I think an extended kind of a sheep that's tall shouldered to go ahead and be second within this particular drive. Sheep that's a little harder to read and get a good read on stands here in 3 because cut that sheep in half. His front half I absolutely love because he's tall shouldered, he's extended up front, he's lean. But unfortunately, his flank and his underline is the biggest concern. He's way cut up in his flank. He gets deep in his chest. He just wedges the wrong direction to balance for me personally. But he has some muscle shape and some tone, height to shoulder to go ahead and win and be there in the top end of this drive. Young lady that comes out here with the Katahdin influence sheep, a sheep that's got some rib and body, just needs to bulk up and have more power to drive up his end point. A really good set. Congratulations to all those white-faced exhibitors.
All right, first place in the first class of white face, Faith Needham. She also had the first place Hendricks County born and raised. Second place, Hannah Needham. She also had the second place Hendricks County born and raised. Third place, Anastasia Burnett. And fourth place, Kaylee Odom. Now we're ready to show our second class of white face crossbreds. 4 in this class again. After this class, we will show for our champion white face market lamb. All right, James Thompson has placed him. He's our judge today. And here he is with his comments.
A lot of different shapes and sizes and molds within this drive. And went ahead and used the Southdown to influence kind of the sheep to go ahead and win. And again, it comes down from a build perspective. Not only is that one that's the best in terms of the angles off both ends of the skeleton, but that one's still the foundation in terms of just having some added substance, a foot and bone and base width. He's still the bulky one. Now, I'll be the first to admit he's typical Southdown kind of handle, as he's a little spongier and softer to the touch, and not as elevated up front as maybe the one that stands in second. But I do think his skeletal quality goes ahead and gives him the edge within this drive. I like a lot of things about the weather that comes here in second. He's shallower chested, he's taller shouldered, he's harder muscled and leaner. For me personally, he's not as bold out of his upper hip and his lower leg and stifle as that class winner. But most importantly, when you set him out on the go, he pulls up his top line, roaches in his top, and gets his hind leg underneath him. He just needs to be redesigned in terms of his skeleton on the move to get him over that Southdown weather. Young lady that comes here in third. I like a lot of things about this guy. He's a little hard and crisp to the touch versus some of his contemporaries. Got some shape to his rack. From there back, he rounds out of his hip, and consequently, he's not able to get out and go and utilize his hind leg quite as well. And I'd sure like to see him more elevated up front versus the one that stood in the second, but I think he's still one that offers some muscularity and touch. Long extended sheep that has some spread up high from behind. He just needs to be squared up out of his dock and give him some more lower leg and stifle. He too gets a little round in his shoulder. He just doesn't balance from the side for me personally, but still a very nice sheep that offers some body and some rib. Just needs to be better looking and square made. Really good set. Good job to all those kids.
All right, so first place out of that class was Chase Searcy. Second place was Wyatt Tenery. They both had the first and second place. Hendricks County born and raised. All right, here we go. Here's our champion whiteface crossbred drive. Out of the first class, we have Faith Needham. And out of the second class, we have Chase Searcy. And the reserve champions are opposite the camera side. The second places are Hannah Needham and Wyatt Tenery. Here's James Thompson with his selection of the champion whiteface market lamb.
We get out here and kind of heavy on the Southdown influence, I think. And both these class winners offer some good in terms of foot and bone and feature and the leg wool that they got for sure. Both are good in terms of mobility and structure, and I think both of them have that advantage. I do think there's one out here in our champion lineup that's a little harder muscled, a little shallower in his chest, and maybe not as bulky and digs from behind. That will be our champion. Our reserve is probably a little stouter from behind and offers more width, but just not quite as shallow up front as what maybe our champion is. So with that said, young lady wins the first class is your champion. Young lady who wins the second will be reserve. Congratulations.
Champion and champion Hendricks County born and raised, Faith Needham out of the first class. Reserve champion and reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised. Chase Searcy, excuse me, out of that second class.
Whiteface crossbred market land belongs to Faith Needham, and reserve champion goes to Hannah Needham. County born and raised champion is also Faith Needham, and reserve champion belongs to Hannah Needham. Now, class 1 of blackface crossbred in the arena.
All right, we're bringing in class 1 of the blackface market lambs. 4 entries in this class.
Attention exhibitor, after the selection of our born-and-raised blackface crossbred market lamb, we'll be lining up all of our reserves and champions of each breed, like we did in the U-show, have a market drive, and we'll have our born-and-raised market drive the same pattern immediately following that. Again, please be sure to clean your tent and trash around, leave everything that is independent for overall. Thank you.
Your champion whiteface sponsor for the market lambs was Kern Kirtley and her elevator.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Chase Searcy has a reserve champion whiteface market. And born and raised.
Judge has them placed. First and second place will go to Hayden Deno. Reagan Bobrink is a fill-in showman for Hayden since he had 2 in this class. And here's Judge James Thompson with his comments.
I think a really nice class. I got some sheep even here on the end. I think we got a 4th place sheep that may be as bulky and wide as anything within drive. Once the young lady gets that one's top line nestled in her, that becomes the balance sheep that offers muscle and power. That one's still a one that handles with some spread and some dimension. It's still elevated in her chest and smoother in her shoulder. It connects better there in her neck shoulder junction. I maintains her top line just a nickel better for me. And that's what allows her to go ahead and get the edge within this particular drive. Young man sheep that comes here in second, he may be a little bigger racked and bolder in his body shape and plenty stout when you get in right behind him. It's when you get him on the side and also on the go, he comes apart in his shoulder just a touch for me and drops his chest. I think if you elevate that one up front just a notch more in terms of where his sternum lays in him, then we can talk about moving him up as well. You know, to be honest, maybe one of my favorite sheep from the side stands here in third, and it pains me to say that because that one's outline and profile is extremely good. Tall shoulder, good underlying, level hips, kind of a sheep with a good hind leg. So when you get right up on this one, he's entirely too flat in his body shape at this stage of maturity. He gets off in his loin. He just not got enough muscle when you get in right behind him. But I think that one's got a bright future. Hopefully they keep feeding on that one here for the fall. Young man, like I said here in 4, has got a bunch of spread and dimension. That sheep needs to be better built out of his hip and his hind leg. He gets entirely too stilty out of his hump and then runs downhill. That one needs to run uphill and get a notch more angle in his hind leg. And we can talk about moving that one up because she's packed full of muscle and offers some width and some dimension. Just needs to be better built from the side. A really good set. Congratulations to all those crossbred exhibitors.
All right, first place in that class goes to Hayden Deno. Second place in that class goes to Hayden Deno. Third place to Aria Nair. Fourth place to Branson Tenery. Your first place Hendricks County born and raised was Hayden Deno. Second place Hendricks County born and raised was also Hayden Deno. We're now ready to bring in our class 2 of crossbred blackface market lambs. 4 entries in this class as well. The judge has them placed, and we'll hear from him now.
I think a pretty logical place to go ahead here and start. I don't think anything's got a substantial wow factor from a balance and just elevation perspective, but this one definitely has that factor in terms of just running gear quality and still having some mass and spread up high. That's the big backs down into the one within class that offers some foot and bone and extra shag and leg wool. Maybe not the most elevated, like I said, and sure like to change that about him to make it an easy class winner, or an easy class winner, but I still think that's the muscle sheep with a good hind leg. Young lady that comes here in second, that's the second biggest muscle one. I like that one spread in dimension on the backside of his shoulder. He's maybe just a nickel better in terms of just how square and stout he is out of his rack versus the one that comes in third versus that class winner. He's maybe just not as good in terms of his look, his added feature, his pasturing strength gets a little concerning to be able to call him a class winner for me personally. Young man that comes here in third, got a lean, high cut ability kind of sheep, but he just needs more power and shape when you get your hands right on him. Sure like to see that one change just a touch in the angle to his hind leg. Young lady that winds off the drive, a long pattern sheep that I like his top line design and his hip, just it runs out of gas when you get it right behind him. Sure like to make that one more angular from behind. But a really good set all the way through. Good job to this Crossbred exhibitor.
All right, placings in that class. First place goes to Taylor Sharp. Second place goes to Siani Mitchell. Third place to Cole Smith. And fourth to Colleen Barnhart. We're now bringing in our third class, Blackface Market Lambs. 4 entries in this class.
Out of his dock and his angle to his hind leg is better. He's square and truer on his legs and stronger on his pasterns. He simply just get out and go and use his honk more effectively. I still think that's a good looking sheep. He may not be as puffed up in his chest as that second place sheep. He may not be as just as strict in his rack as that second place sheep is, but he is better legged and better movement, maintains his body shape better when you set him on the go. Like I said before, this one here in second, when you get your hands on him, he's square and bolder, right out the backside of his shoulder, and has more of a strict shape from that perspective. From his underlying quality, he's more elevated and more tucked up where his sternum lays in him. Just for me personally, it's when you set him on the go, he comes into more pieces, he rounds out of his hip, just doesn't want to stay square and true in his honk and just extend his hind leg and go like our class winner does. He's a little bit more elevated, he's a little square out of his rack, taking an awfully nice pair. Got to make your call on your priorities. Young man that comes here in third, that's the hardest touching sheep maybe that we've had all day. I mean, he's hard and firm to the touch. He's really square made. He's got a stout. We can get in right behind him. He needs to balance better from the side. He's the frailest featured at the same token of the initial three, or maybe even of the four, but it's his muscle shape and his hardness to the touch that allows him to end up here in the top three. Young man that lines off the drive, got a big body, practical sheep that offers some growth and some extension. Just gets too round out of his hip and playing from the side for me, and I think a really good set all the way through. Congratulations to all those crossbred exhibitors.
All right, your first place in that class, Kirsten Cummings. She also had the first place Hendricks County born and raised. Holland Miller had second place and second place Hendricks County born and raised. Third place Andrew Williams, and fourth place Caden Hankins. We are now showing our fourth and final class of crossbred market lambs, blackface. 5 entries in this class. right, there's your placings in this class, and we'll get comments from our judge today, James Thompson.
Tough class, to be honest, to sort. You got to lay your priorities, I guess, in line and try to sort through it. I don't know if I love anyone in terms of just their mobility and structure, and so you got to kind of weigh out some things. You know, I just got to question if our class winner is too long-bladed and too deep, and he is for me personally, but what he does bring forth is that's overwhelmingly the more athletic made kind of sheep that offers some raw animal shape. He's square in his rack, he's bold in his loin and stout from behind. That's the bigger legged, wider based one within class that offers some good from that perspective. He's really fresh to the touch for pushing up these upper limits. Just wish he was a little shorter bladed. The sheep in second is shorter bladed and more elevated and more higher quality from an underlying perspective. I like his top line and his levelness from the outside and along the ring. Bar none, I like that one. When you get right up on him, he's the softest one of the initial pair. He gets a little soft and spongy in his handle, and then his pastern is a huge concern for me. He gets a little too soft there on his pastern and just doesn't want to handle his hind leg today quite as well. But I think if you make that one harder muscled and stronger pastern, he would win this deal handily for me because he's more my kind, but he's got two big holes that I just can't get around within this class. The sheep that comes in third, that's no doubt the big soggy middle one that has a big flank in him. His underline goes the right direction. When we talk about shallowness and just length of linear depth from chine to sternum, that is substantially the deepest one up front that we've got within this class. What he does have is he wedges the right way. He's just got a lot of flank to go along with it. He handles with some spread, he handles with some dimension. He's fairly decent in terms of his mobility, but when you get in behind him, he's the flattest. He narrows about his pin width. He narrows up in his upper hip. He just needs to be bulkier and stouter from behind in relation to where the rest of his body fits. But I do like his flank quality. I do like the fact that he's good in that regard. Sure like to make him leaner at the same time. A good hard handling one comes out next. Crisp to the touch. He just balances up the wrong direction for me. Around in his shoulder, gets straight and silky out of his hind leg. And that's the frailest bone one we have in this drive. But he's just sure hard handling. That's what gives him the edge there. The young man that winds off the discussion. Good fundamental kind of sheep that has some belly and flank in him. Just needs more muscle at this stage of the game. It just gets too flat and narrow. Sort of like the bulking up at the surface if it's symmetrical. Really good set all the way through. Look forward to your champion drive.
All right, placings in that class. First place goes to Lauren Fry. Second place, Callahan Barnhart. Third place, Lily Jackson. Fourth place, Andrew Williams. And fifth place, Tennery Wyatt. Your first place, Hendricks County born and raised, was Andrew Williams, and your fifth place, or second place, Hendricks County born and raised, was Wyatt Tennery. And here they are, your first and second places of your black-faced cross-market lambs. Going from right to left on your screen, you have your winner from the first class, Hayden Deno. On the next to him on the left is Taylor Sharp with her first place out of the second class. Out of the third class, the first place was also Taylor Sharp. And out of the last class, your first place was Lauren Fry. That's how they stack up. And away from the camera in the back row is the second places out of each respective classes. And they'll pick a champion, blackface market lamb. And that champion sponsor is Brock Family Farm. It on here. All right, here's our judge James Thompson with his selection of the Market Lamb Crossbred Blackface.
Well, it's been a good cross drive. What's cool about this drive is you got a little bit different variety and flavors that you can kind of go with, and you know, it kind of crumbles down to, you know, which one was the best legged with some muscle and still was good enough looking in some of these heavier weight classes. And I think we got out here and we started studying these things. I'll go ahead and describe these by class briefly as quick as I possibly can, not to bore you guys to death, but just want to describe them and see how I see them, because I know everyone along ringside might have a couple different kind of favorites. That lightweight class winner, I mean, that one's really, really attractive. I mean, elevated up front, shallow chested, right in terms of her top line, good in terms of her handle and tone and touch. That one's silhouette is extremely, extremely good and still right athletic in her muscle. Now, she's only 112 pounds, I think is what he said, but you know, at the same token, is it my job to pick the best one, or is it my job to just focus on weight and scale and that side of things is the biggest question. I think that one is plenty big enough. Some might disagree, but that's fine. I like her silhouette and muscle tone and shape. Young lady out of the second class, that was kind of a sheep that won just from a structural perspective. Hind legs extremely good, mobility's good. Sheep that has some spread and muscularity when you get her right behind it. Just need to be a little bit more elevated up front. Sure like to make that one wedge the opposite direction, just a nickel more to be more competitive, but a really good one in terms of her hind leg set. Third class, I thought there was a pair of them that were similar in terms of weight and size and spread, and muscle was kind of a wash. It just kind of came down to personal preference versus one that has some more shape and one that I thought had a better running gear. And the young lady sheep comes out here, and he's still a good-legged sheep that offers some mobility, a sheep that balances fairly well. He's not the shallowest one out here in the drive, but he might be the second shallowest one in terms of elevation up front. He's still good enough in terms of his muscle shape. Just would like to tuck him up just in his chest floor, just ever so slightly versus another. But I think a really good-legged one that offers some length and extension and bulk to him as well. Sheep that wins the heaviest class, this sheep for me is honestly a struggle to really read. I like his spread up high, his freshness to the touch for as big as he is. He's got a big square rack and he's fairly stout from behind. You know, he's the longest bladed one that maybe we've got in this drive, and that gets a little concerning for me. He needs to be shallower in his chest and more elevated there in his sternum, but he is a big muscled one, and you know, if you like that one, I could definitely see that and wouldn't argue with you if you like that one within this drive. So with that said, and you know, I'm going to stick with my token of always picking quality. Don't put scales in the factor. The best looking, best balanced, best moving one that offers some tone and shape and hardness to the touch. Young man's lightweight's going to win the crosses. Congratulations to him.
All right, your champion and champion Hendricks County born and raised is Hayden Deno out of the lightweight class. We'll now select reserve champion Crossbred Blackface.
For reserve, again, it's kind of pick your poison, and what it boils down to for me is kind of the two that we've got directly in front of me, and we got one that's really good legged and good moving that balances fairly well. That one's shorter bladed than maybe the one that wins the heaviest class, and sure like to see that one dropped in his flank and just wedge a little bit better for me, but he is bigger muscled and offers that. Is he too big? Again, that's not, I don't want to make that call. I think, you know, my weight range is 100 pounds to 180 pounds if they're the best one, so I don't think that's the criteria here. I think the better legged one that offers some good in terms of mobility, that's a little shorter bladed, the one that maybe needs a notch more in terms of spread and shape, but I still like in terms of his running gear. Young lady wins class 3 is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her. All
right, your reserve champion and reserve champion Hendricks County born and raised is Kirsten Cummings. She's right there in the black shirt.
Champion Blackface Market goes to Kirsten Cummings.
That wraps up. That'll wrap up the the Market Lamb show here, and we'll get ready for our Market Lamb Grand Drive here this afternoon. We'd like to thank our sponsors on board. Of course, you've been watching this entire show inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. We'd also like to thank our other sponsors, Co-Alliance, Duke Energy, Electric Plus, Endeavor Communications, who's powering the live stream that you're watching right now, Fleece Performance, Hendricks County Bank and Trust, Hendricks Power Cooperative, Kevin Hill of City Securities, NFP, Plainfield Equipment, Raised Trash, the town of Danville for providing medical support, and waste management. Also, if you're a 4-H family who submitted an indoor project and you would like to check that out, you can. Tomorrow from 11 to 3 p.m. is your last opportunity to get to the expo hall and check those out. All right. Your champion Blackface Market Lamb sponsor, Brock Family Farms. We thank them for their support. All right, so here's what we're going to do. It's going to be the same, I believe, as the U show. We're going to parade the reserve champions. So you'll see the reserves come in the ring first, they'll exit, and then we'll bring in the champions right after that. Again, my name's Grant Covey. Thanks for tuning in. We're getting ready for our final event of the day, our Market Lamb Grand Drive. Our judge today, who's been working through all of these classes, is James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana. He judged and graduated from Joliet Junior College and Western Illinois University, where he judged on the livestock team, and he was formerly a livestock judging coach at Fort Scott Community College in Fort Scott, Kansas. He is the owner of Thompson Livestock. He is the owner of Thompson Livestock, and he's employed with Vita Plus as a livestock nutritionist. We thank James for coming out today and judging our sheep show. Like I said, we're getting ready to parade the reserve champions around the ring. Once we do that, we'll exit them and bring in our champions from today. Tomorrow from the Green Cycle McCarty Show Arena, we have the beef show along with the dairy beef show and the dairy show. It'll be two different streams, one for the dairy show and one for the beef show. Make sure to tune in at 10 a.m. on the same YouTube page to watch the shows. Thursday, we have our swine show from right here in the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. Friday will be the llama and alpaca show. And then Saturday, of course, Supreme Showmanship at noon in the Green Cycle McCarty Show Arena. Our winner of showmanship today, senior showman Hayden Deno. Our GOAT senior showman champion was Kaylee Tepe. Those two have punched their ticket to the Supreme Showmanship competition, which is on Saturday at noon. So we're getting ready to parade our reserve champions throughout the ring. Once we get them all in the makeup arena and all sorted out, Momentarily, we'll parade our reserve champion breeds, and then bring in our champion breeds to show for our grand champion market lamb here at the 2020 Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase. All right, here we go. We're going to parade our reserve champions. Megan Tepe has our reserve champion Dorper. Dorset reserve champion Carson Cummings. Hampshire reserve champion Lily Jackson. Reserve champion natural color Lily Beck. Oxford reserve champion Lauren Fry. Shropshire reserve champion Reagan Bobrink. Southdown reserve champion Chase Searcy. Suffolk reserve champion Shelby Miller. Whiteface reserve champion Chase Searcy. Blackface reserve champion Kirsten Cummings. Those are your reserve champions as they exit the ring, and we're getting ready to bring in our champion breeds here this afternoon. Your champion Dorper was Megan Tepe. Champion Dorset, Araya Nair. Champion Hampshire, Hayden Deno. Champion Natural Color, Lauren Fry. Champion Oxford, Araya Nair. Champion Shropshire, Kayla Baker. Champion Southdown, Kaylin Arnott had your champion Polypay right there. Champion Southdown, Michael Vance. Champion Suffolk, Branson Tenery. Champion Whiteface, Faith Needham. Champion Blackface, Hayden Deno. Those are your breed champions today of the 2020 Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase Market Lambs. Again, our judge today, James Thompson. James makes his way through these breed champions. And we're getting, we'll select a grand champion market lamb here momentarily. We thank you for tuning in. Again, there's all your breed champions. Our grand champion sponsor, Gary and Nancy Meredith. Our grand champion banner sponsor, Mr. and Mrs. Jim Williams. Our reserve grand champion sponsor, State Bank of Liston. And our reserve grand champion banner sponsor is Zachary Stout. Third overall sponsor, Dave and Rinda Mood. Fourth overall sponsor, Kern Kirtley and Her. Fifth overall sponsor is also Kern Kirtley and Her and Dino's Farm and Feed. You're watching this Market Lamb Grand Drive inside the Hendricks Regional Health Show Arena. This is our last event of the day. I'd like to give a special shout out to all of our volunteers who have made this show possible today and the entire week possible here at the 2020 Hendricks County 4-H Exhibit Showcase. All right, we're going to hear from our judge now, James Thompson from Frankfort, Indiana.
I'll definitely want to reiterate, if some of you guys been around for the U show here today, I'm just going to reiterate some things that I said probably prior to. First and foremost, like I did in the U show, let's put our hands together for the committee for following through and making sure you guys have a show. Let's make it loud. Let's show them our appreciation. You guys are lucky because Boone County, your neighboring county, I don't know if a lot of you know, but their fair got canceled literally the 2 days before they were supposed to move in. And they rallied, and they moved it to Clinton County, and they pulled it off, and it's still going on here today, and well, that's been fortunate. We have a great family that shows sheep in that county. They had an awesome day there at the substitute show, but they were able to do something a little bit different. Well, you guys didn't take no for an answer. You didn't buckle to the virtual option. You pulled out all the strings and continue to do it. And I think that leadership is what drives this industry. And I encourage each and every one of you guys to pitch in and help and do your part because it's huge and it's hard to do a lot of times. And I know it gets frustrating and you don't have a lot of time, but do what you can, please, because it's greatly always appreciated. Couple things to discuss. There's a few things that I always like to try to say before I get done with the day and try to give at least a little bit of message. I'm by no man a preacher, but I do think it's an extremely important to reiterate the importance of leadership within this program, and I think that leads into my discussion that we've got here. As you kids along ringside and in this ring continue to show or get done with your show career, Mr. Dan Hogue was always kind of mentor. I didn't judge for him, but he was always a big part of my life. I judged for his son at Western Illinois, and there was one motto that he always said that struck with me, and I always made sure that I followed that motto, and that's just because you're done doesn't mean you're done. It just means your role changed. So if you are a person that shows and you continuously are passionate about this industry, pick up a little kid and bring them along. Be part of this industry and help make it better, because this, honestly, some may say there's a lot of things bad about this industry. But there is way more good than there ever could be bad, because I will raise my kid in this show rings industry for the rest of my life. because I think it's honestly the best program ever. With that said, I think there's one out here that wins easy in my mind. I talked all day about running gears and range of motion and being good legged and still being shallow and up and out and cool and profile and still having muscle shape. You don't have to be the biggest muscle, you just have to be cool shaped and still have a kind of a feedable look to you. And I think there's one out here that absolutely does that for me in terms of just being tall shouldered and shallow chested and big legged and good movement. Young lady Schropp here directly in front of me will be your grand. Congratulations to her.
Grand champion is the Shropshire, Kayla Baker. That's the grand champion Market Lamb right there, Kayla Baker with her Shropshire. And now we'll select reserve grand champion.
For reserve out here, went ahead and had the young man grab his Crossbred because I think at the end of the day, some of the things that I just described from that perspective of our champion fits that one extremely well in terms of look and silhouette and outline and still being bold in their flank and wedge in the right direction and still being good moving. Don't care what she weighs, she's your reserve grand. Congratulations to him.
There it is right there, your reserve grand champion, Hayden Deno. He had your champion Market Lamb out of the Crossbred Blackface class. Now we're select third overall. Hayden also had your champion Hendricks County born and raised, so that is your grand champion Hendricks County born and raised.
I think those two were definitely my two favorite, obviously, if they're the ones I landed on, right? But I think there's one that's not far behind them in terms of still being one and build and structure and mobility and still having enough shape. Just question if this one had enough flank in relation to their chest and if their loin just hooked up but good enough and turned a little lower leg and stifle. Wasn't quite as good as what the two ahead of them did, but I think still a good moving, good structured kind of a sheep is the young man's Hampshire. That will be the third overall. Congratulations to him.
Third overall, Hayden Deno with his Hampshire. That one was also Hendricks County born and raised. And now for the fourth overall selection. That third overall was sponsored by Deno's Farm and Feed.
4th overall. I think it's starting to get quite a bit tighter, and I still think there's one out here that offers the shape and tone and touch that maybe our top end of our drive that offered still an athletic kind of a look that handles hard to the touch and still balances good from the side. The young lady there with the Oxford will be your 4th overall. Congratulations to her.
4th overall was the Oxford, Orion Nair. All right, one more to go in our 5th overall selection, and then we'll do Hendricks County born and raised.
You know, it gets pretty close. What to do here, I'll just kind of throw out some mentions that I like. You know, the Crossbred there, liked what he did at his foundation in terms of being able to get out and go. As we get out here versus some, just maybe wasn't just shallow enough and up and out in his chest floor for some. And, you know, I wouldn't argue with you there if you didn't like him from that perspective, but I thought he was really good-legged. Just wish he was a nickel shallower once we get him out here in consideration. The natural color, awfully big and stout and burly in terms of his muscle, and just chock full of muscle. When you get in behind him, gets a little chubbier than what I would deem ideal, and so it gets awfully close there. And the young lady's reserve Hampshire, I think, is pretty good in terms of her mobility. That's a little boxy, moderate thing. Just maybe just not exotic enough, but, you know, to be able to fit in that top 4, but you know, definitely in consideration here as we start picking our 5th. And I think that Dorset's pretty neat, you know, only weighing what, 90 pounds, but that one's got a bright future in her, so don't give up on that one by no means. And so, like I said, it gets awfully close. Again, thanks for having me. Last time I get to pick one here today, I guess. And our 5th overall is going to be the Reserve Hampshire. Congratulations.
5th overall was the Reserve Hampshire, Lily Jackson. So that's how it stacks up. Grand champion Kayla Baker with her Shropshire. Reserve grand champion Hayden Deno with his champion Blackface. 3rd overall was the champion Hampshire Hayden Deno. 4th overall was the Oxford Orion Nair. 5th overall was the Reserve Hampshire Lily Jackson. So now we're going to line up our Hendricks County born and raised champions and reserve champions and pick a grand in the top 5. Again, we're getting set to show for Hendricks County born and raised, Grand and Top 5.
We're waiting on Abby Burgers, Suffolk, Lamb for born and raised.
All right, we're going to parade the reserve champions like we did before. Reserve champion Dorset. These are for the born and raised. Carson Cummings, reserve champion, Hendricks County born and raised, Hampshire, Brinley Tinnery. Reserve champion, natural color, born and raised, Morgan Spurlock. Reserve champion, Hendricks County born and raised, Shropshire. Cole Morgan there with his Shropshire reserve champion born and raised. Southdown reserve champion born and raised, Chase Searcy. Suffolk reserve champion born and raised, Abigail Berger. Reserve champion Whiteface Cross born and raised, Chase Searcy. And reserve champion Blackface born and raised, Kirsten Cummings. Those are your reserve champions. And now we'll bring in our champion, Hendricks County born and raised. Dorset was Carson Cummings. Hampshire born and raised, Hayden Deno. Born and raised natural color, Taylor Sharp. Born and raised Oxford, Araya Nair. Born and raised Shropshire, Emily Miller. Born and raised Southdown, Michael Vance. Born and raised Suffolk, Shelby Miller. Born and raised Polypay was Arnott. Born and raised Whiteface Cross, Faith Needham. And born and raised Blackface Cross, Hayden Deno. Those are your champion Hendricks County born and raised right there, all raised in Hendricks County. All right, here's Judge James Thompson.
go ahead and put our hands together for all the county born and bred breeders and kids involved. Good set of sheep out here, and obviously our reserve and our third overall, and I believe the fourth overall as well is within that county. So I won't take much to explain. Our reserve grain was one that was good silhouette and good outline and just really elevated. A little lighter weight than what somebody might deal. I told her plenty big enough, and she's going to go ahead and win that county deal. Congratulations to him. And then this Hampshire is going to end up being third over reserve. That was third overall. I think good moving kind of a sheep, just a little raw loined, and just needed to be a notch stouter from behind. And so that will be reserve county bred. Congratulations to them. And then your third overall county bred was a young lady's Oxford sheep that offers some look and some balance. Just needed to be a little bit stouter and have more bone. But then with that, we'll go ahead and start working through your top 4 and 5, and then we can continue on.
All right, if you missed it, Hayden Deno, Grand Champion, Hendricks County, born and raised. Reserve Grand Champion, Hendricks County, born and raised. Also Hayden Deno with his Hampshire. Third overall, Hendricks County, born and raised, Orion Nyer.
Your Grand Champion born and raised Hendricks County with the Hayden Deno. Your Reserve Grand Champion also with the Hayden Deno. Third overall is to Orion Nyer.
For fourth and fifth out here, we bring back the reserve Crossbred there, and it's your reserve Crossbred County born as well, and your reserve Hampshire County born. I think both are nice sheep that contrast each other a little bit, and I think the one that's maybe just a little better structured for me in terms of mobility and getting out and going, the young lady's reserve Crossbred is going to be your fourth overall. The young man's reserve Hamp is going to be your fifth county born. Again, thanks for having me, and congratulations to everyone.
All right, your fifth overall, Brindley Tenery, and fourth overall was the Crossbred, Kirsten Cummings. All right, to recap, the Market Lamb Show here, your Grand Champion was Kayla Baker with her Shropshire. Reserve Grand Champion was Hayden Deno. Third overall, Hayden Deno with his Hampshire. Fourth overall was the Oxford with Orion Nyer. And fifth overall was Lily Jackson with her Reserve Hampshire. For your Hendricks County born and raised, Grand Champion, Hayden Deno with his Crossbred Blackface. Reserve Grand Champion was Hayden Deno with his Hampshire born and raised. Third overall, Orion Nyer with her Oxford. Fourth overall, Hendricks County born and raised, Kirsten Cummings with her Blackface Cross. And fifth overall, Brindley Tenery with his Hampshire born and raised. That's going to do it. My name's Grant Covey. Come back tomorrow from the Green Cycle McCarty Show Arena. The cattle will show tomorrow. Beef, and dairy cattle tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. My name's Grant Covey. Come back tomorrow. Have a great